Well, here we are again. It's Monday, February 3rd, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, and you're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. If you've just stumbled onto this stream, which was only scheduled a couple of hours ago, and you haven't watched our previous sessions playing the 7th Citadel, this threat campaign called the Drums of Desolation, this session probably won't make that much sense to you. YouTube says there are only 6 concurrent viewers, so that checks out. I can see in the chat that Anna has stopped in to say hello, but most importantly for today's session is Jonathan Warner is here. Jonathan Warner has joined me for probably now almost 100 hours of the 7th Citadel, at least 90. So today we're going to be playing, we finished the first real scenario for Drums of Desolation, which is here, the threat booklet. We finished this a week ago. We've been trying to play on early in the week on weekdays, and so maybe we'll try to keep this up. But since there's no one committed to joining us for these playthroughs, so far it's Jonathan Warner and me, but it may just be me at some point if Jonathan Warner gets tired of playing the 7th Citadel from across the camera, which would be understandable, but I am very grateful to have him join me as long as he wants. Okay, so we'll do a little bit of recap of last scenario, and the way we've been playing this is that the game intends for you to do some upgrades at the end of the scenario, but we put off the upgrades until the next session when we're fresh and can think about it clearly. So that's what we have to do at the start of today's session, is do the upgrades that we earned at the end of the last session. Last session was a rough one. We spent 5 or 6 hours searching for this guy who was going to try to help build the ground shiver. And it looked like we were going to fail, but at the last minute, after a grueling 5 or 6 hours searching, we did find him. We brought him back, and we actually got about as good an ending as you could get. So we're going to do the upgrades for that. Before we start and choose our upgrades, and Jonathan and I talked a little bit about them on the Discord channel. Before we do that, I do want to go over a list of homebrew buildings that I've been working on for the 7th Citadel. And let's take a look at these for a second. So the Fortune Teller's Hut is a homebrew building that we played with for the first scenario almost a year ago, I guess. And that one is absolutely critical to my enjoyment of the 7th Citadel. That's on Board Game Geek. And a couple people helped refine that, including me. And Serious Pulp, the producers of 7th Citadel, actually liked it so much that they are including it in the new release of 7th Citadel, the new Kickstarter version, which is still in production and may not arrive for another year. But recently, with our new playthrough, I've been talking about some homebrew rules, and I decided to add buildings for them. So we've talked about these homebrew rules before. Alternative to the reflex upgrades, since I don't like the reflex upgrades, they seem to slow down the game. And a homebrew rule about exploring the map with feather cards. And Cody actually suggested, who's played it, suggested a little tweak to that, which I've added here as a building. But this means we have to build this building, if we're okay with this, before we can use this house rule. So it's going to cost us a little bit. Then I was just playing with some others. I added, last session we had a lot of combat that can get boring. And there is a card that you have in your hand, in your deck, that lets you run away from a fight. And I was thinking, why don't we build a building that lets you have that card always available? Still costs a little. So that I called the Chicken Shack. So you could run away from a fight. Jonathan had us build the Academy last time, which lets you take extra cards when you improve your skills. I thought, hey, I really like that. It lets you have a little bit more control in deck building. So I made a building that let you take even more. In our previous playthroughs, we've eventually got our community skills, defense, and production up to max, and then it kind of sucks when you would normally increase those. So here's one that lets you, if you increase one stat that is maxed out, you could increase a different one. There's a post on Board Game Geek, someone suggesting it would be nice to drop off items and pick them up at the Citadel, since otherwise you start discarding them all over the place. I added that. Someone else proposed an idea of improving the market building to give you more choices. And there's some weird thing about the market where you have to trade in before you see what you're getting. Sometimes you can end up with worse. I thought that made no sense. I added a used bookstore that lets you trade in books. That's kind of fun. We love getting books, so this might be a kind of fun building to build. I added, for the fun of it, a consulting detective office, a little Sherlock Holmes inspired nod to Sherlock Holmes. This lets you, this is a weird one. This is sort of a breaking the fourth wall meta thing, but it lets you look in a number in the box of cards to see if there's a number related to your specific quest. That would have helped us on our last session where we had no idea where to go. You still got to pick a number and go look at it, so it's pretty costly. And then this building, which I'm sort of starting to think I don't really love, that lets you keep a card when you draw it, pick a specific card, and whenever it comes out during results, you can keep it. Just a way to keep a card available that you love. All right, so anyway, I was just having fun with some homebrew buildings. I'm really shocked that more people have not made more homebrew buildings for the 7 Citadel house rules. There's a section on Board Game Geek. Whenever you go to a game forum, a game page, there's a forum and there's a special subsection called variants. Most games have people posting some ideas for variants. I'm sort of shocked that there aren't more, but I'm doing my part to add a bunch. I posted this on Board Game Geek. No one has commented so far. We've already built the fortune teller hut, so maybe I'll just mark this out. But where it's time to upgrade, we should discuss whether we want to build any of these. All right. Is there anything to talk about before we get started? Jonathan says, I do like the idea of the used bookstore. Anna's here talking about her cases for New York Noir and learning to use my New York Noir case builder tool. Yesterday, we did a long session where I did a design diary update for New York Noir. If you haven't watched that, that might be a good thing to watch instead of this. All right, Jonathan, let's look at our upgrades. Let's look at what we're allowed to upgrade, how many points we have, and then we'll get into this here. All right, so at the end of our last session, we rescued this guy, and he said, there's this story about these drums beating that destroyed these other people's community. Their increasing in intensity may eventually pose a threat to the whole of the lands. You should strengthen your buildings to withstand the coming tremors. Okay, and we went and did. That was, all right, so right. That's what he told us after we got him back. We got him back. We got back his bag as well. So we took a 99 for that. He gave us a potion and 2 99s. So these were all things we got. We may have had, we ate 3 of these Hope Reborns during our quest. These are the upgrade cards. We had to eat 3 of them for life. So we missed out on 3 potential upgrades, but we got a couple more. And then we got these objective cards. I forgot where we got these. Was that at the end here? No, it must be here somewhere. Okay, that's right. We started out with these and we did have to spend, did we have to spend one of them? Maybe we didn't have to spend any of them. Okay, but so we've got these. And he gave us a potion. 249. I guess he gave us this potion, which is good for us since we're specialized in flags. He gave us a book, which lets us know how to eat mushrooms if we see them. So keep your eye open for these mushrooms on map cards as we travel. We can get back some health. And then it says, there are new refugees coming to help. So for each objective card, we have 5. We can apply the effect of a build as if you checked it. So we don't check it on the destiny chart, but we get 5 builds. And then we built 3 already, so we don't have to do this. And then discard your hand, and we finish this scenario. So we've also got 3 upgrades that we can apply on the destiny. So we have 5 builds, and 3 upgrades. So let's discuss now what we want to build. So we're going to get 3 marks here. I very much want to go up to 301. We know what 301 is. It's an extra card in hand. That's huge. That's a huge benefit. I want to go there. I want to go here because we've never been here at 303. I wouldn't mind going to 317 or 314. I absolutely want to get us up to 301. Now, 301, we can get there through 2 routes. We can go this way. Community upgrade, building, reflex, skill, discard a card, building, skill, 301. Or a faster route would be to come up through here. Skill upgrade, building, skill upgrade, skill upgrade. So I'd be inclined to use some of these upgrades and buildings to get us up to this 301 as fast as possible. Having more cards in hand is pretty huge. But to do that, we're going to pass 3 skill upgrades. And the building that works well with skill upgrades is the Academy. Every time you do a skill upgrade, you draw 4 more cards. And the other building that works well with that is my homebrew building called the Advanced Academy, which costs 3, but draws 6 more on top. So I guess I'd be inclined to build this sooner than later. In fact, build it quickly. We're going to get 3 upgrades. So if we went today 1, 2, 3, that would let us use the skill card twice. So having built the Academy would then trigger right away twice. So building the Academy seems like the best bang for your buck if this is indeed where we're going to go to 301. We don't have to go to 301 right away, but I do like having more cards in hand. The alternative, though, Jonathan, if you didn't want to go to 301, would be to head to 303, which is pretty quick route. But if we're okay with 301, which I like, then we're going to do 2. So we're going to use these for that, these 3 for that. So before we do that, let's start building the academy. It sounds like we're in agreement. All right, so we're going to spend, of our 5 that we get to spend on buildings, we're going to spend 2 right now for the academy. Okay, that's 2 that we've spent on the academy. Now we have 3 left. So, we have 3 left. Now, Jonathan and I talked about a couple things. We talked about what we did last time. How much do we want to do differently this time? Let me go back here. Okay. So we could, if we wanted to, completely double down on the Advanced Academy, in which case we would be drawing like 10 skill cards each time and really get to choose from them, but maybe that's overkill. It's expensive. It does seem like that's probably overkill now. For fun, because we have leadership, I'm very interested in bringing an animal with us each time. You don't have a way to bring a companion human with you every time. And we do have 1 companion human, but you do have a way to guarantee you've got an animal every trip, which is kind of fun. So that would cost us 2 of our 3. The guild is good to have early when you start crossing off community upgrades, but we're not going to be doing any of those this session. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. So we can wait. That won't benefit us right away. We could wait for that. I think the 254 gives you a companion. Yes, you're right. This building does give you a possible arcane person, I think. The arcanist or the machinist, which was very helpful for us. It's true. Although we did that last time, that was very useful because they can use that arcane energy, and we do have an arcane energy. So I think either the pen or this would bring us a companion, and we have lots of flags, so that is very appealing. I mean, everything is really quite appealing. I mean, since we do have, well, we don't have that much arcane energy. I would be inclined, just for fun, to get the pen, just because it's different from how we played it last time. We made heavy use of this last time. We probably should get this again. But I'd be inclined to get animals this time. On the other hand, this one doesn't snowball. There are a couple here that do snowball, like all of these cheap buildings, 1, 1, 1 for the Forum, the Gallows, and the Watchtower, trigger every preparation phase. So just for we have 3 left, we could go Forum, Gallows, and Watchtower and just start building those up. That would give us 3 points up on each preparation, including the next one. So I guess what I would like is to either do the pen or do these cheap gallows. The pen doesn't snowball. So maybe I'd be inclined to do these cheap ones first and start building up our skills. There's lots of benefits to having those skills high, including sometimes being able to avoid combat. Well, what do you think, Jonathan? I'm going to leave it up to you. We could build the pen and one of these 1-pointers, or we could use all 3 on the 1-pointers and build the pen next turn. I guess next turn we want to build the guild, though. Probably. But we could probably do both. What do you think? Let's see what Jonathan decides. Let's get the pen and one of the community upgrades going. Okay, done and done. We're getting a pen. That costs us 2 more of our objectives. We've got 1 more objective left. Which one appeals to you most, Jonathan? Watchtower for defense, gallows for preparation, for prestige. We've already built the grain site. So we could go up in books. Jonathan says influence. That's the gallows. Done. All right. So that's all of our objective cards have been upgraded. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. I like that we're doing a mixture of some new stuff and some old stuff. Okay, so we didn't use our Hope Reborns yet. We don't have to, but we did have to use those building upgrades. That was part of the deal here. Return objective cards for each one we did a building. Okay, we're ready to start again. Discard all of your hand cards. I've just put them all in a pile because it always resets them. So there's our hand cards. Here's our blocked cards. These 2 and these 3 Hope Reborns. All right, we're ready to start our next scenario. Everything got returned in the past. Here we go. A component for Ambrasus. That's our mission today. Return all cards with the keyword temporary. Okay, we actually had one. I brought it out so I wouldn't forget it. You don't get to start off with these. Unblock hand cards. Okay, so these become unblocked. Shuffle, discard, back to this. Okay. Now, if you have any companion cards, they get blocked. Well, we do have a companion card. John says, don't we want to use the Hope Reborn so they're all back in the next scenario? Yes, we are absolutely going to use them. We're going to use them right now. I just thought we would read the description of what we're up against before we make our final decisions about our upgrades. You can use them anytime during this preparation, so that's the only reason. Oh, I see. You're right. Because they're going to be blocked. When do they get blocked? When do they get unblocked? Let me see. Block this. Well, they do get blocked. So this is where they unblock. I guess we're not allowed to read this. Well, let me see. Is it here where they unblock? Yeah, look, here is where they unblock. So we just have to do it before this stage. So we are actually allowed to read this before we spend these. So let's do that. Okay. So we've shuffled our hand here. This person is now blocked. Despite the ground shivers you've given him for his device, Ambrasus does not seem satisfied. Yes, yes, of course. I'm making progress with my tremor triangulator. What a question. Still trying to find out for sure if another tremor's coming and how strong it will be. But it would be much more accurate if I could replace the water in which the ground shiver is immersed with elbow grease. There is someone who could get me some. His name is Ruis. I used to work with him, and he owes me a favor. We both held the rank of Keeper of the Locks, or Grand Master if you prefer, of the Plans and Mechanisms Guild in Stoneheap. A first-rate theorist, esteemed by my subordinates. I never shied away from a compliment or praise. However, I always refused the little gifts my apprentices offered me to turn a blind eye to their bad results. This was the only thing Ruis and I had in common. Apart from that, he couldn't stand flattery and preferred to work alone, to put his ideas into practice as he saw fit. He ended up creating more inventions than the guild allowed. He didn't do it for profit, but to make his work meaningful by improving people's lives. Anyway, word got out and a court gave him the minimum sentence, death by asphyxiation, according to the guild's rules. I was able to change the charge by intervening on his behalf and had his sentence commuted. To prevent him from crafting anything else, they amputated one of his hands and exiled him. I never saw him again. Well, where can I find him? Well, from what I've heard, he works for the chain, repairing the singing lane. That's that walkway. That way lies the greatest chance of finding him. Be careful not to offend him. He's rather sensitive. Okay, so we don't want to offend him, and he doesn't like flattery and praise. Keep that in mind. Primary objective. You need to obtain elbow grease, a component Ambrosius needs to make his tremor triangulator. To do this, find Ruis, who maintains the singing lane on behalf of the chain. Secondary objective, community morale. The tremors that shook the Citadel have destabilized the precarious balance that was established since the reversal. When you read the epilogue, if you have fewer than 4 built buildings, community morale will likely deteriorate. All right, I think we already have 4, so that's not really going to be an issue for us. All right, what does it want us to do now? We're at the Citadel. We're in the preparation stage. Take a 272 and a 45. What are these? 272 and a 45. The hell are these? 272. Ruis, who maintains the singing lane for the chain, probably has some elbow grease, a component that Ambrosius is missing for the production of his tremor triangulator. Oh, this is a permanent environment card. Section of the singing lane. Immediately after putting this into play, a terrain card where a section of the singing lane can be seen. If a section of the singing lane can be seen on 4 or more terrain cards, you may take the following action. Interesting. So we have to get 4 singing lanes on terrain, and then we can do this action, which says we try our luck, and we can spot him. Okay. Interesting. So this is our permanent environment card. I don't know if permanent is the right word. It's an environment card that just stays out. That's always in effect. All right, and then we also want a 45 card, which is Return to the Citadel. When the Citadel icon cannot be seen, when it cannot be seen, you can lose 10 life points to return to the Citadel. So we got this before. This is basically saying that in this scenario, you don't have to walk all the way back. You can just say 10 life points and we're back. right? So it just is a cheaper way to return. And I think this is just like, you can't do it while you're in a city. You have to come out of a city. Like if you're in Cal or one of the other cities, it doesn't work. As soon as you're in the outside, it's a fast way back. All right, so that just stays in our possessions. Ground Shiver is 3. So we've actually not changed our Ground Shiver. We reset to 50 health. We were down to 6 last time. That was scary. All right, now we're going down to starting at 50 here. Okay. Draw 2 cards to make your deck. Shuffle these a little bit more. Okay, 2 cards to form our deck. Our hand. Sorry, this is our current hand. Second win, we can rest. Get 5 cards back. Or this stupid card, Vigilance, which I wouldn't mind getting rid of when we get a chance. These are both of K6 starting deck. All right, so those are in our hand. Okay, now we unblock. We can unblock Inail for 2 life, which we are going to do surely. So we're going to go down to 48. This seems to be a mechanic that's used in all of the threats. At the start of the start of each new scenario, you have to block all your companions, and then you have to pay to bring them back. And we always pay to bring them back, especially now since we're so good at getting flags. So she's back and awake. Okay, return all the Hope Reborn cards that are blocked. All right, so now we're going to pause and use our upgrades to build before we have to do that. So we've got 3 destinies to check off. All right, now what we said we thought we would do here is go towards 301. So 1, 2, 3. That's the fastest route to 301. And it gets us 1 skill, 1 build, and another skill. So let's do that. First one, we're blocking to get a skill. All right, to remind you how the skill upgrades work, the wreaths. Take 4 advanced skill cards, and we're going to choose 2 of them. But we have the Academy that we built specifically for this purpose. This is Jonathan's building, is how I like to think of it. 4 additional skill cards. So we get to take 8 advanced skill cards and choose 2. That's for our first thing here. Okay, 8 advanced skill cards from this giant stack. This giant stack of unique cards. Very cool. All right, let's take 8. Remember, we could also build my house, my new homebrew variant of the Advanced Academy, and then we would be drawing 14 instead of 8. 8 is still a lot. This was a good idea. Jonathan's good idea. We're going to actually do this twice. So why don't I actually get those out twice? Do that in a second, though. Okay, here we go. We're going to pick 2 of these cards. Let me get these out of our way. We can just put them here. All right, let's see what we like. Look at this luck card. It's just 2 stars. It's just useful for result step. Now I have my bias against trying to get these super powerful result cards. I just don't like it because the less predictable, the more variance in your deck, the harder it is to predict. But let's see. Jonathan says, I see lots of flag related stuff. Okay, remember we get to pick 2 of these. So, no mercy. If you have a keyword weapon, you can turn 2 flags into something that lets you add 2 cards. All right, I'll put these up here. No mercy. It gives you a flag. If you have a card with the keyword weapon, you can up the chain value by 2. That's really quite good. And you can keep it in hand. That's quite powerful, right? This is this clever little thing. You don't have to discard it. You have to discard something when you use it, but not it. Now, it only has 2 half stars, doesn't have a success, but 2 half stars is pretty good. I would tend to favor that. Okay, I don't like luck, so I don't think we should take luck. Sound advice has a flag, has a star. If you have a companion, you can generate 2 symbols. And you don't have to do that until you need it. That's pretty great. Anything that you don't have to trigger until you need it is very good. So sound advice is good. Take 3 cards from discard or action and bring them into your hand. That's pretty amazing. You could go get up to 3 cards that you need from your hand, or from your action deck or your discard. That's huge. Rallying Call is very similar to No Mercy, except you have to block a companion or animal. That's pretty rough because we normally don't want to do that. And it could get you up to 3 chain. It doesn't get spent, so that's an advantage that it never gets spent. But boy, that's a high cost to block a card. I guess I would lean towards keeping this one instead. This one doesn't even need a weapon, though. Most of the time we will be using a weapon. I don't like blocking a companion, so I guess I'd be inclined to not take Rallying Call. Evasion gives us these, which I don't think we're much use of for us. Let's see, what's Adrenaline? During the consequence, 3 hand cards back into your action deck and then discard that. So it gives you more health, and it does have a 1.5 stars, but it's a strength symbol, which you don't have much of. And I'd be inclined to think that there are better ways to get energy. So I guess I would lean away from that. Sound advice is quite good. Ready for anything is pretty great. Let's see what reassurance is. During the result step, During a result step, turn a flag into a success. It's a dialogue action. So you only get this for doing this action. One character on your terrain card returns their exhausted or confused card. What? So you're only allowed. This is so interesting. Let's look at this. So you're allowed to use 0 cards. You have to get 2 successes. But you can turn flags into successes, as many as you want. And you can get rid of an exhausted or confused. And you get a glimmer. I just want to... I mean, I hate those permanent cards. So, where is our list here? Confused is 2, exhausted is 1. So let me just look at these again. Because I want to see how hard it is to get rid of exhausted on its own. So exhausted you can actually get rid of by yourself. Most of them you can get rid of easily. Some of them you can only get rid of if something else allows you to sleep. But almost all of them, so exhausted, we already have a way to get rid of. Not so bad. On the other hand, confusion, let's see. Confusion cards. Actually, confusion cards we can get rid of on our own anyway. So maybe this isn't as amazing as I thought. At first I thought, hey, you can't get rid of confusion. Maybe it's like the injuries you can't get rid of. So I guess at first I thought this was amazing because it was a way to get rid of those cards, but now maybe it's not such a big deal. Sound advice is better for multiple players, but we do almost always have a companion. Of course, you can only use this once, then it blocks. That's not so great. Ready for anything is pretty great. It also blocks. Does slow down the game a little. Okay, I think we should take No Mercy for fighting. And one of the others that are up here. I suppose you could make a case. Suppose you could make a case that rallying call might be useful too. All right, Jonathan, you gotta, I guess I'd be inclined to take one of these. Jonathan says ready for anything. Okay. That's the 2 we're gonna take. Ready for anything and No Mercy. In my video talking about strategy tips for the 7th Citadel, one of my entries says that you might think that cards that are very specific use cards, you're never going to get a chance to use them. But I say one of my strategy tips is if you can get cards that let you go retrieve specific cards when you need them, then they're useful. Now notice this is an action, so you got to do it before you get forced into doing it. But okay, so we're taking these 2 cards, and these are going back into the deck. I'm just going, since it's so hard to shuffle such a big deck, I'm just going to try to stick these in a little randomly. These ones we didn't choose. Okay, that was our first upgrade, and now we've got a building point. So we've got 1 building point to use. Then we're going to throw this away here. Lock it. All right, Jonathan, what are we going to build? 1 building point. So we could either build one of these buildings. Yikes. We could build one of these 1-point buildings for upgrading our community early. We could put it on a place of worship, which would get us 2 glimmer cards, which is pretty good, but it doesn't snowball. It's especially good, the place of worship, for us, because the glimmer cards we use to help us with random luck. And in fact, we know from this scenario that it's going to make use of random luck. So this would be useful for us right away, but so would the other 1-pointers. The guild, I think we should wait on the guild, Jonathan. We will finish it. We'll surely get 3 upgrades on the next session. So I feel like wasting it now early on the guild is not that useful for us. I'd like us to either do the place of worship or one of these watchtower or forum. John says, if we don't start the guild hall, I don't think we can finish it next turn. Really? We'd only need to get 3 upgrades by the end. Oh, can we reach 3 buildings on the tech tree? You're right. We don't get to choose what we want. We have to just do it on the tech tree. I see. Well, it's a good point. Well, we could if we wanted to. Right? We could, instead of going straight up to 301, we could hit one here and here. So we could if we wanted to. We would just take a little bit of a diversion away from 301. It's a good point, though. It's a good point. It's a good point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We probably can't do both anyway. We can't get 301 on the next stage and build the guild hall. But look, Jonathan, if we're going for 301, we don't even pass any of these. So we wouldn't even have use of it. I don't think we're going to need the guild hall for a while. Because I don't think we cross any guild halls for a while. I mean, I don't think we get any community upgrades for a while. But you're saying we need to start working on it, huh? Okay, here's the pitch I would make then. I think we're not going to be crossing too many of these right away. So I think a better, more efficient way to upgrade our skills would be these 1-pointers. So that's what I would do. I think maybe the guild, I know I promised you on the Discord that the guild hall, but I'm starting to think that Maybe we don't, maybe this is too hard for us to get these in our upgrade path. Maybe the faster way to do upgrades is to, if we're interested in upgrades to our community, is get these 1-pointers. So I think we should do that, Jonathan. I think we should upgrade these 1-pointers. They're cheap. They start right away, giving us benefits. If you're okay with that, then which one of these would you prefer? We did make use of the guild, but when I look at the upgrades, there aren't that many of these upgrades. And this only triggers when we do that. Yeah. Okay, let's do a 1-pointer. What do you prefer? Defense or book? I feel like book is more fun for us. Book. Okay. Okay, so we've used all our oh no, we haven't used all our upgrades. We've used 2 of 3. And then lastly, that was a building. And we have one more skill upgrade. Okay, these are new action cards. All right, here's our next skill choice set of choices to upgrade. We get to pick 2 of these. Let's see what appeals to us here. A little. All right, so 6th Sense. Look at the top 3 cards of your action deck. Put them back in any order. Block this or discard 2 cards. That's a weird one. It gives us a arcane, which we don't love. Does help us plan. We've got another card like this somewhere. All right, this one I love. Wow, do I love this. You don't have to use it. We've got another card that's similar to this, but this gives you 2 choices, which are nice. It blocks, but I love cards that you don't have to decide to use ahead of time. So I'd be inclined to take that one. This one I don't want. Well, actually, this is pretty huge. But it only works with blades. No, no, no. No, 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 no. What about expertise? Discard other hand cards from your hand in order to take into account the class icons in their results. I mean, that's pretty nice. You don't have to draw them. You can use cards from your hand. But you got to discard them, and it blocks. Oh, I don't love it. The healer card. This is one of these fun cards. So you can, let's see. You got 2 things you can do. You can have a modifier when you heal. Turn arcanes into stars. But you can also, this comes with its own action. You perform a spell and get rid of injured and ill. Unfortunately, it needs arcane symbols to power it. That's a little hard for us to make use of. But it's very powerful because these are the 2 conditions, injured and ill. that I think are hard to get rid of. So it's very appealing to be able to try to get rid of it, but it's going to be very hard to pull that off. With our current character, that's going to be very hard to make use of that. I think we're going to have a hard time getting a success on that, but it sure is nice to have a way to get rid of injured and ill. I just think we're going to have a hard time doing that, but because we have so few arcane symbols, we're just not good at that. We might eventually get a companion that is good at it, though. It's a possibility. It is nice to be able to heal people when you need it. What's this? Ground Shiver Knowledge? Okay, so look at this. It lets you walk and explore. No, sorry, it doesn't let you walk cheaper, but it lets you explore a lot cheaper. And you can keep it in your hand if you just throw away 3 cards. And you get to keep one of those 3. No, you don't get to keep one of those 3. So any exploration would cost you 7 fewer cards. But I think we've learned that we shouldn't be exploring in areas that cost us that many cards. And then you still have to throw away 3 cards. Doesn't feel like that's great for us, actually. It's pretty cool, though. All right, and then there's agility. You can't do if you have armor or cumbersome. If you've selected armor or cumbersome. And it gets you a dexterity. Don't love it. So okay, so I think perseverance for sure. For sure, perseverance. No doubt about it. That's our emergency get out of jail card. I guess from these others, I mean, I did throw this out and I did say Blade sucks. And it only has half a star. I don't love that. But we are going to be often having a Gladius Blade and getting 2 cards, but you can only use it once. You can only use it once. I don't think so. Look at the top 3 cards, put them back in any order. Block it or lose 2 cards. And you've got some control over what 2 cards. Mm-hmm. And it's got a success and an arcane. I might tend towards this one as our second card, but I could see the case for fun taking healer or using expertise. A benefit of expertise is it's a random symbol. That's very useful. Very useful. It's a star. It doesn't have to be used until you need it. And you might very well have cards in your hand that have good symbols on them. It is a block, though. I do love this question mark, though. I guess this would be my choice for second one. I do. I'll tell you why I think the ground shiver expertise is not just. There's two problems with this. There's a bunch of problems. First of all, it's an arcane symbol, not our specialty. This results are good. But here's why I think this is so hard to make use of. First of all, it's very specific. You have to be on a card that where you're exploring a very expensive card. It doesn't help you walk cheaper. It just lets you explore cheap. But I think we found that we shouldn't be doing that very often. And then the question is, we still have to throw away 3 cards. So it does make a very expensive ground shiver 3 less. Sorry, it makes a very expensive ground shiver 4 less. But I don't think we should be going to those areas. And are we going to have this card when we need to do it and carry it around? It does nothing for us until we need it. It's just feels so rare. I don't see a good way to use this. I think this card, with its ability to use cards in our hand and its random symbol, which is really nice to get, wild card symbol, really nice to get when we draw results, and a single success, I think that's the way to go. I think that's the way to go. It's also anything like this makes our moves more predictable. Like if we're carrying around some arcane things, then we know, okay, in an emergency, we can trigger them. All right, that's my pitch, these two. What do you think, Jonathan? Expertise might be hard to make use of, too. I mean, I guess you could make a case that expertise is going to be hard to carry around and we won't have often make use of it, but you could make the case that Sixth Sense we could use when we're about to do an important test to actually look at the results. It's pretty good. This one we could build up to take a test. This one, I don't know. I guess you could. I'm open to these 3. I guess I like perseverance. I like the wild card. Theoretically, we could get a lot of use out of Sixth Sense. You could imagine that on a bunch of tests, we look at the top cards. If we don't like them, we throw them out. But then as soon as we use it, we got to block it. Well, that's the same thing for expertise. All right, what do you think, Jonathan? I don't know. I'm torn between these two. I like perseverance a lot, so I think we should take perseverance. But I'm open to these two. Jonathan says Sixth Sense. Okay. This is pretty good, though, Jonathan. Wild card symbol. But, okay, 6 cents it is. Let's not mess around. We're taking these 2 cards. Shuffle these in randomly, so easier to deal with that. Okay. Advanced cards go back. Some people are gonna check out this stream and go crazy that it takes us so long to do the upgrades, but that's just the way we play. All right, so we need to sleeve these. This was our initial hand. These get shuffled in. These are also life points, don't forget, energy. So we now have more energy. Happening here. All right, we've used all our Hope Reborns to do our upgrades. However, we haven't finished well, let's walk through our preparation stage. Finish doing this, then we'll take a break before we actually get started playing. All right, so now all of our Hope Reborns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's all of them. The 99 cards. Is that all of them? No, I guess it's not. There's one more. There's 7 max you could get. Okay, the 99s get returned. Remember to look up your side quests, cards in the world map, and the effects of built buildings. Apply the following effect any number of times. If your production score is 2 or higher, then lose to production and fortify 1 building. Oh, dear God. Our buildings are going to get destroyed, Jonathan. Oh, dear God. All right. Before this, let's apply our recurring effects here. So, during the preparation phase, which we're in, we get +1 production, +1 prestige, and +1 book. So let's go ahead and do that. +1 production, +1 influence, and +1 book. We have no defense. All right, we did those. During the preparation phase, we get an animal. So we get a random animal. You can see that I should put a... All right, so there's only 3 animals to choose from here, at least 3 domesticated animals. All right, so we get to choose one of them, huh? All right, let's see what animal we got. A pet hound. An affectionate animal with a silky coat. He can help us dig, he can help us give gifts, and he can help us fight. But if we fight with him, he goes away. Okay, he's good at digging. I love it. All right. So each mission we can get a new random animal, but let's okay, so now we're starting out with a pet hound. Hound. He's not a companion though, and he doesn't need flags. Okay, that was our pen. The smithy, which we're only going to use for a short period of time until we get better weapons. We get a 190, which is a Gladius. There's a whole bunch of them in the deck. But it is a weapon. It's actually not a terrible weapon. It's a +1 chain. And only if it fails might it break. All right, Gladius. Academy's done. Okay, so that's it for all our buildings. Let me adjust our weight. So we've got 2, 3. We're just at weight of 3. Okay, there's our weight of 3 because it's just our weapon and our flail. Everything else doesn't take up any weight. All right, now this terrifies me. We can spend production if it's 2 or higher. It is. It's 3. Okay, that's why Autumn was saying that we should use the stickers here, because Autumn was saying we might be removing these. So the question is, do we want to spend 2 production? That's all we can spend. Do we want to spend 2 production to fortify a building? Sounds like a trick question. Like, well, no, we don't, but if you're asking us in that way, it sounds like we should. Does it matter which building we fortify? Oh, boy. I mean, if there's one building we care about most, it's the fortune teller's hut, the homebrew building. Jonathan says the guild with the +4 is starting to look good. It's not +4, Jonathan. It's +2. It's just +2. It's not +4. Let's not get carried away. +2. Every time you normally get this, you get a +2. But you're right. It changes the +2 into a +4. Well, yes, but the building just gives us a +2. And the normal upgrade is a +2. Normal upgrade is to go up by 2. The building just gives you a +2. Well, let's not get carried away. But yes, it does make the idea of increasing our production more appealing now and less likely to max out. But how is it going to tell us what building to get destroyed? Make sure we got a choice. I think we should do this, Jonathan, because why else? Like it's asking us, we should do it, right? We should do it. Let's fortify 1 building. All right, so we're going to lose 2 production, which is scary, but that's why to build it. Okay, and what building are we going to fortify, Jonathan? Does it matter? Surely it should be the most expensive building we have, right? Just in case. And the most expensive building we have is the Fortune Teller hut. So I think we should fortify our Fortune Teller hut, don't you think? Okay. So we're going to consider the Fortune Teller's hut fortified. If for some reason that doesn't make sense to fortify the Fortune Teller hut, we should pick a backup now so we won't be accused of cheating. I guess if it fails, we'll fall back on the academy. If for some reason it had to be one of these, we'll fall back on the academy and protect that. All right. I think we're ready to go. Put a 75 card into play. That's our Citadel card. All right. We're off on our adventure. We're done with this. I believe we've done everything. Now, we have the advantage of knowing a little bit about where the singing chain is. The singing path on the map. We can take a look at that in a second from our old maps. But let's put everything else away. And we need to take a break before we get started. But let's just clear everything up. Okay. Jonathan, we've spent an hour and 20 minutes doing upgrades. That's just the way it goes here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Here we are, we're back. Before we start making decisions, let's remind ourselves what we've got in front of us. Singing Lane. We have to have 4 of them out, then we can try to find him. We have to test our luck. We've got a fortune teller hut, though, that we can use to fix that. We've also got a way to return to the Citadel for 10 life. In terms of our possessions in our hand, let's remind ourselves in our purse what we've got. We've got a potion we can drink to generate 4 flags. We can eat mushrooms when we see them. Remember, they can make you sick, but usually they help you. We can generate arcane energy, which we have nothing to use with yet. We've got 2 weapons, a gladius and a flail. They actually have independent keywords, so we can use both at the same time. And then we've got 2 things that can help, 2 people that can help us. A dog who's good at digging and gift giving, and fighting, but really fighting just to block wounds. I'd be inclined to never use that for that, at least playing on easy mode. And we've got Inail. She can generate arcane symbol if we discard cards, but she's really good at healing and searching and decoding things, which is pretty nice. One odd thing about her, though, it says when you discard or return this, banish it. So unlike other companions which get blocked, maybe a lot of them say this, basically once she gets injured, that's it. We'll never see her again. Oh my God, my cat is doing its thing. And then we've got books. Let's look at our books. We've got a book that says, if anyone mentions Necro Druid, Burrower, or Worm Master, we take a 151. 151 is the card that says you're like inspired or unleashed. So they don't accumulate unleashed. They don't accumulate, but they are a little bit of a temporary blessing. Then we've got this one, which we're very excited about, and the dog can help us dig if we can find his grave. So keep your eye open for his grave. And that's the knight, the Amber Knight, which we've named our whole coalition based on. And we get told a little bit about under a stone slab where his portrait is revealed, climbs the artichoke stair. So keep your eye open for that. And then, similar to a book, we have our backstory, which we are very interested in resolving. Ribic and the Owl, the only 2 surviving legionnaires, know about this place. And what we're keeping our eye open for is any dialogue with anyone we talk to who mentions this town of Aber Amid. So it encourages us to have more conversations because we're trying to find people who know about Aber and Amid. So those are our books. Maybe I should put these somewhere where we won't forget them. And let's not forget our mushroom eating book. Okay. Now, one last thing before we move on is the map. This is our map from our first playthrough, and I want to show you that our citadel is there on the center left of your screen, right here. This is where we are right now. And notice the path. This is all what we're looking for. So in fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, the first 4 places are right there. That would get us our guy. We don't have to go much further. And down here we know is a ballista for defense. We might want to dig that up. In fact, we've got a dog who's good at digging. I wonder if we shouldn't dig that up right away, Jonathan. Looks like this mission might be easy for us to accomplish. What was our secondary? Jonathan says, "Good catch to dig with the dog." What was our secondary objective in addition to getting that guy? Get the grease. Community morale, build buildings. Okay, well, we built lots of buildings, so we're fine there. All right, Jonathan says, good catch about the dog. Maybe we should do that now while we get a chance. All right. We've got our plan then. Off we go. Off we go. So let me bring out the exploration cards here. Not these. There's a 1. There's a 1. All right, well, let's go down as we decided. All right, so ground shivers 3, so this is free. We just flip it. A man is leaning against a rock, snoring loudly, a book open on his round belly. What carelessness. Books are so rare. If you'd rather go on your way, you just banish it. Otherwise, we can try to steal it. It's easy for us to steal if we're a criminal. Otherwise, it's 2 and 2. If we're stealthy, we don't have anything particularly stealthy, but 2 and 2 isn't that hard to achieve. 50 are just the mushrooms books. No, that's not right. 50 are all of the base game books. And some of these 50s point to the double-sided books. So no, they're not all mushroom books. They are definitely not all mushroom books. And we are ruthless. That's the character we're playing, Kasich, with the backstory. So we should steal this. We should absolutely steal this, especially if they think this might be an easy mission. We love books. All right, let's try to succeed. Now, if we fail this, we're going to get punished. So we don't want to fail this. And we're going to need to get 2 standalone successes. Well, I'll tell you what. Oh, it is a mandatory now, because I was going to say what we should do is come back to this. But we don't have a chance to come back. We don't have a chance to come back. So we really have to succeed. We need to get 2. We'd have to draw a bunch of cards to succeed. But if you'd rather go on your way, you banish it. So we're not going to get another chance. I think for a book, we should do it. But we're going to have to get 2 stars, and a 130 would be terrible. But okay, I think we're going to do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a lot of cards. We don't get to keep any, but surely we're going to get 2 successes here. Here we go. No. No. 1. Oh boy. Oh my God, we just made it. That was scary. Okay, the 5th card had it. So there's our 2 successes. I almost killed us. I almost killed us. All right, 5 cards. It's still a bit expensive, but we stole it. We stole that book. So we get a 50. I didn't want to banish this card without getting a book. So we're going to get a little book here. There is a gold 50 if you get all the other books. Good luck. We do. Jonathan and I both love getting the books in this game. All right, let's see if I was right, if it's a non-mushroom book. Okay, so this is your example of some of the 50s were added by the expansion, and this gets us a double-sided book. What I'd love is if we could get the Amber Night book. Okay, let's see. The Amber Night Volume 1 book. All right, so banish this and banish this. These are both banished. All right, let's see what book we got. Joke Folk. Where do you find a bullocks with no legs? Right where you left it. What's everyone's least favorite song in the collapsing lands? Whatever's playing on the singing lane. Did you hear Waterbank had to close? It did not have enough liquid assets. What's the saddest creature in all the land? The blue giant. What can you find in the belly of a burrower? You, if you're not more careful. 3 men are comparing wounds in a tavern. The first shows his amputated finger. Duel in an alley. The second shows his amputated hand. Fighting on a battlefield. Both then turn to the third with the amputated arm. Gardening in a sacred grove. Immediately after this is revealed, take a glimmer, or if you laugh, take 2 glimmers. I think I kind of laughed. Which one did I laugh at? I think I laughed at that one. I'm going to take 2 glimmers. All right. So immediately we get 2 glimmers, which is great for us. And this also helps us to do this action. John says, you chuckled, so give yourself 2 glimmers. Thank you. So when we're doing this kind of action, if it fails, we can try our luck and ignore the consequence of failure. Take the action again, accept the new outcome. Well, that's great for us. What is the A plus B described as in the rules? The A plus B, I think it might be negotiate. Yes, it is. It's negotiate. All right, so this helps us negotiate because we have a sense of humor. That's terrific. That's a terrific book. That worked out great for us, stealing that book. That's Kasich and his ruthlessness. 2 glimmer of hopes, which we can use to get an upgrade if we get up to 5 of them. Or we can unblock a card, which is great, which we don't use as much as we should. Or we can use this for Lady Luck. So that's terrific. We're off to a great start on this adventure of ours. And we stole that guy's book. Okay, 81 comes out. I'm feeling good about today's adventure. Hopefully I'm not speaking too soon. Okay, this is the battle, ancient battle. And you remember this. And there's our buried ballista, and there's the singing lane. And you remember about the singing lane, right? It's bells hanging off there. It's safety from the burrowers. There's a flower, but not the mushroom that we can eat. So let's stick this out. In fact, let's tag it down so it doesn't move around. All right, now we see our first singing lane. So do we get a blessing for the word burrower being mentioned? You mean because it was on the card? Waterbank burrower. Where is our book? You know what? I'm going to write down on a card the keywords we're supposed to be looking for, because we're going to burrowers. You're absolutely right. So we get a 151. You're absolutely right, Jonathan. I feel like this book is actually going to coming in quite handy. So we're now unleashed. We can generate strength and ignore unsettling. and get rid of exhausted. That's pretty good. All right, good catch, Jonathan. I'm going to write these keywords down so it's easier for us to remember them. So, Necrodruid, Burrower, and Wormmaster. Okay, I'm just going to keep this on the table up there so I can just look at it without having to grab this out of our books. All right, so now that this is out, we need it on 4 terrain cards. Okay, fine. Good catch, Jonathan. All right, so let's walk down here, draw 1, get to keep it. Intuition, this is the card that lets us look at the top 3, put them back in any order. Is there any reason to put off using this? Choose 5 cards and then you may choose 1. Okay, so we don't even have 5 cards. Choose 1 card in your discard pile. So we don't want to do that until there's lots of cards in our discard pile. All right, but we should use it before we have to throw it out without being used, right? Because it's an action. And let's not forget we have intuition in hand. All right, so I drew a card to walk down there. Let's go look at this and see if we can't dig it up. We have to take 1 card. For 0 successes, we just throw it out. 6 cents, that's a good card to get our 160. Ballista is half buried in the ground. It seems to be relatively well preserved, could be very useful in reinforcing the Citadel's defenses. Here's the Ballista. Look at how many, I remember this now. So if we had an artisan, we could block them and make it cheap. Otherwise, we have to spend 15 cards for 6 successes. But this is something that we made a mistake about before, and I put this in my video about most overlooked rules. That black 6 means it is a die. So even if we don't get 6 successes all in a row, all in one shot, we can add it up. And that, with 15 cards, we would. But if we're using the Horned, and he reduces the cards, he actually doesn't reduce them that much, 3. So he's just reducing it by 3. Okay, so if we dig it up, we'd have to draw 12 cards. That's a lot of cards, but we could bring it back. We get a Hope Reborn. We get up to defense. Surely we should do this, right? We're going to do this sooner or later. We might as well go do this now, I think. We've got the dog, makes it a little bit cheaper. Not that much cheaper. If we had some other way to make it cheaper, it would be nice, but we really don't. Nothing else helps us do this cheaper, right? It would be nice to have a generic card that made things cheaper, but not for digging, we don't. All right, well, let's just dig it. You could make the case that we should wait until we accomplish our main mission. So, should we wait until we accomplish our main mission? It is close enough by that we could do it at the end. But I just think we're trying not to, we take so long to play these games that we're trying not to over-optimize every single turn and action. So let's just do this now. All right, so we're going to use the doggy, and he's going to make it 3 cheaper for us. So we now have to draw at least 12 cards, which we'll just draw. We don't need to draw more. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 12 cards. We need 6 successes, but the dog gives us 1, so we really only need 5 successes. It's inconceivable that we wouldn't get 5 here. One, two, three, 4, 5, plus more. Okay. We don't get to keep any of these cards. It seems like that dog should be able to fetch one of these for us. I feel like that's an oversight here. But what can we do? No numbers on this card to get us bonuses. We have succeeded. We dug up the machine. It can be brought back to the Citadel. So we get +2 defense and get a Hope Reborn. These all go into the discard pile. That's done. Let's go do that now. Okay, so +2 defense. Because we're suspicious of the stickers sticking, we're going to mark those as well. Okay, that's good. I don't know if it's worth all that trouble to get +2 defense. On the other hand, Hope Reborn is pretty good. So there's our Hope Reborn card, which can give us back a whole bunch of life if we need it, which is pretty great. I mean, that's a no-brainer, really, right? Because 12 cards is worth 4 life, and that Hope Reborn gets us 10 life, so it's definitely worth it. And this is banished. It's never coming back. However, we can do this again. There is another card in the 160. Do you want to do that, Jonathan? Shall we look? And the dog comes back. He doesn't leave. Where's our other person? You know, I want that dog to stand close by. All right, Jonathan says, let's do it again. Okay, here's the gold 160. You spot a weapon lying among the debris on the battlefield. After this is revealed, take a 13. If luck is on our side, we get a 299. Otherwise, we're jinxed. Do you see any numbers here? What are these things down here? I don't think they're numbers, but it is pretty cool. I didn't realize this was going to be a good item for us, but it sure looks like it. All right, well, we have to take a 13 card, but we do have some glimmers that we could use if we need them. All right, pretty exciting. And this is going to stay out. Oh, let me just attach it. I forgot about this card. We haven't seen any Alembic robots yet. Jonathan says it's armor or weapons. Yes, you're right. Okay, so a 13 card. Here are the 13 cards. Remember we have Fortune Teller Hut. Also remember we have Fortune Teller Hut when we roll dice. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Jinxed. Discard all cards with blessing. And it's bad. Okay, but we are going to throw away one of our glimmers. Or we could spend 2 life. I feel like these glimmers are useful to us. Maybe we should spend life instead. Let's spend our life. So Fortune Teller Hut says we can return a 49 or lose 2 health. So let's lose 2 health down to 46. to draw another 13 card. Wow, jinxed again. Well, we're in for a penny, in for a pound. We're going down to 44. I think we don't want to miss this early in the game. Lady Luck is on your side. That costs us a lot of energy to do, but okay. So that's why we built the Fortune Teller hut. We went to the trouble to build it and protect it. So $2.99. Was it a good thing to use health instead of glimmer? I don't know. I'm being very cavalier with our health at this point. Oops, there's a $2.99. Gold. Okay, so here's the one we drew. These go back. There was one other thing that I wanted us to remember to do that I completely forgot. We need to be keeping our eye open for a symbol for this mission, right? All right, so take a look at that. Don't, that's the singing path symbol. So if I see that on a card, we have to draw that card. So just keep that in mind. Singing path symbol. All right, let's see what we got. A war pick. Whoa, we've never seen that before. It needs strength, though. That's not what we're good at. We're not good at strength symbols, so that's not that useful to us. Unless we have wild cards. It's going to be tricky to make that war pick work. All right, and it's a weight of 2, so we're now at 5 weight, maximum of 10. I mean, it's a pretty good weapon if you're strong if strength is your thing, but strength isn't our thing. So, okay, so then we're done with that. We want to go this way. So I think we just do this now, right? There's nothing else for us. I mean, there's something here too. But our intention is not to go down, right? Unless there's some reason for us to go down. I don't think we want to go down. We want to continue finding the singing path. All right, so let's explore here and get more singing path. Cracking sound resonates as the ground fractures between your feet. As the rift spreads before you, you try to stay calm. 0 and 3, or 3 and 5 if we're confused. We're not confused, so we just have to survive this and avoid getting confused. It's the thinking action. The dog doesn't help us think, and either does inhale. We are unleashed. That's... Oh, look, that war axe. Let's not forget we have this. This is pretty great, actually, because we are very good at getting unleashed. Every time someone mentions Burrower or Necro Druid, we get unleashed. It gives us 3 fists, which we could then use to get 3 successes. That's pretty great combination. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right, we don't need it for this, but I'm going to keep that with the war pick because that is a nice combination. All right, we just need to pass this. We can use as many as we draw to get 3 successes. So it feels like if we draw 5, we've got this in hand. We don't want to get scared. We don't want to get this 2. So we want to overdraw on this if need be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Surely with 5, we can get 3 successes. I'm not actually sure 5 is enough to guarantee 3 successes. I think maybe we may need to draw 6. I'm going to refresh our health. 6 health. Wow, we're already down to 38. That's a little nerve-wracking. Okay, but now we're at full health. I think maybe to play it safe here, I need to draw 6 cards. We could get unlucky with 5. I think 6 might be playing it a little safer because I don't want to get... One of my strategy tips is if you're going to get injured, avoid it at all costs. So let's see what we got. Wow. What? Oh, we didn't do it. Wow, look at that. So we can only generate 2 successes. Wow, that's rough. Wow, that's rough. Well, I mean, even pushing us to get 6 cards, you can't have drawn more than that. Look what we could have used if I was paying attention. Oh no, this is different. That's not a modifier. All right, well, it is what it is. We failed. Wow. Okay. We have to discard a card from our hand. I'm going to discard Vigilance. It's pretty useless. All of these cards get discarded. And we get a 2 card. What is the 2 card? Let's see. Thoughts are incoherent. Get it together. We're confused. Immediately after this is revealed, for already confused, no. Whenever we have a recover, we lose all our cards. Terrible. However, we can get rid of it. And we're going to be able to get rid of it right away. So actually, this is survivable. And we just performed a recovery, so luckily we're not going to need to do this yet. All right. Not the worst thing in the world. That goes into the past. All right, we're now confused. I guess we have to bring out this card first. 108. Here's the new card that comes out. The path winds between 2 hilly areas colonized by what is probably hostile flora. Arriving from the east, you hear the echo of the surf on the salty air. The great sea has expanded, finally earning the name that the Kellians gave it out of pride. All right, so here's the new thing. Remember, we've got on that boat before to Kel, and there's our singing path. So I'm going to put this out. I'm going to make sure we keep our figure actually on the path. We haven't walked to it yet, but I'm going to put us on there. All right, so before we walk to it, let's get rid of this before it's too late. So it's a 1... We can only use 1 card to get 2 successes. So this isn't that easy to get rid of. However, we do have this that lets us look at the cards. That still is not enough to get this for us. How are we going to do this? We need something to let us use 1 more card for thinking. We don't have an ability to do that. we actually don't have an ability to do this. We need something to increase. We need. Okay, hold on. This lets us grab a card from our discard pile. So if we could grab this card, that would do it for us. However, this card would do it for us. This card would let us do it. This card would let us do it. The only problem is, well, this looks like we could use it. The only problem is, first we'd put 5 cards from our discard back on the deck. So we don't really know for sure that these cards are going to be there. So this is probably best for us to do after there's more cards in the discard. So maybe we're not going to do this yet until we walk around and get more cards in the discard. And maybe we get lucky and get a card in our hand. All right, we're not going to be able to get rid of this yet. We're going to walk here now, staying on the path. That's 1 card. We get to keep this in our hand. Okay, well, we could use this to get rid of, with some luck, to get rid of being confused. I think maybe we should keep exploring. We don't want to get on this boat. We want to stay and explore this. So let's do that. Let's look here. Loud braying sounds cause you to hurry. 2 men are trying to rescue their donkey, whose hindquarters have disappeared into a wormhole. The animal is pulling a kind of homemade sled with a lot of wooden planks piled on top. Every time the sled moves, you seem to hear bells ringing. We could make our way over to help them. So this is out. It doesn't have to be now. I don't love the idea of doing these tests while we're confused. I really want to get unconfused. I'm just a little bit worried about whether we can do this. Can we do this now? It's a thinking action. We could use this to turn 2 flags into 2 successes. That would be enough if we drew 2 flags from here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 would be left. 1 is flags. Jonathan says, sounds like they're part of the gang building the singing lane, so it makes sense to try to help them thematically. I completely agree. I want to get rid of this confusion. I don't want it to interfere. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a little bit of a chance here. Let me see here. These are bad cards to bring out back. Oh, these are bad cards to shuffle back in because they've got so few stars on them. Maybe it would be better to leave them in the discard pile. All right. I'm going to change my mind. I thought I was going to do a rest. And then grab a card that we could use for confused. Um, we're going to have to dump this soon. All right, let's just do it. I can't overthink this. We're gonna have to dump this card soon. I might as well use it. So before we do anything else, we're gonna rest. That's gonna take 5 cards from our hand. Remember, a lot of these are bad star cards, so it's a little scary. 2, 3, 4, 5. So these stay in our discard. Okay, that's gonna be fine. So these get shuffled back in, which is a little nerve-wracking because they've got so few stars on them. Okay, so we've rested, which is good for our health. Then we take 1 card in the discard pile to bring it to our hand, and that gets blocked. So I blocked that, and we can take Perseverance back into our hand. Did I use this? Did I use this for a success and not block it? I can't remember. Well, we're going to block it now, so it's okay. Small error if we did. I have a feeling we might have used this and I didn't block it. But maybe not. Maybe we just drew it. Okay. So now we're going to do this test and we'll be able to succeed. So I'm going to draw 2, 3, 4 cards. Hope to get a success on one of these. Here we go. We're doing this test to get unconfused. No, no, no. Oh my God, that's so close. I gotta stop playing it so close to the best. Okay, so there's our 1 success, 2 success. Where was the card I used to do that? Oh, we blocked it. Okay, fine. So we got our 2 successes. 1 success, 2 success. We worked hard to get rid of this. That was troubling. Bad chain reaction, but we got rid of it. All right. Good work that we got rid of it. A little scary. All right. So we're back on track. Now we can do this action to talk to these people. Maybe they'll talk about burrowers and necro druids. Did you block that card? Did I not block that card again? You're right. I didn't block it again. All right. Boy, that is an easy mistake to make. Okay. I don't think I failed to block it last time. I think we drew it and discarded it as part of a test. So I think we're okay. But even if we did, it's not the end of the world. But thank you for reminding me that I almost cheated again. All right, let's have this discussion. 48. Banish this card and we read 48. All right, let's try to help these guys with their donkey. And hopefully they'll mention the burrowers or something. All right, here we go. Luck is on our side. Help us get her out of there before she falls into that hole. If we lose her, we're finished. The sled is full of planks and stakes with little bells attached, obviously taken from the singing lane. What are you going to do with all this? What are we going to do with it? Now is not the time. Just give us a hand. We grab the donkey by the harness. So it's a forced strength test. We can draw as many cards as we want. We just have to get 2 successes. Would you look at that? I think we need to take a moment to give me a little pat on the back. Because if I had not gone to all that trouble to get rid of our confusion, we would have a weakness. And we would have to do 8 successes. So can I just point out that all that trouble, getting rid of that weak, getting rid of that confused, just to help the donkey, that paid off. That's terrifying. All right, so now we just need 2 successes on a strength test. Unfortunately, our companions are no help. The dog is no help, so we have to do this on our own. But we do not want to make, after all I just said and patted myself on the back, we don't want to fail this. We seem to have some bad cards in our deck. A little troubling. All right. So we need 2 successes. We can draw as many cards as we want. Last time we drew 4 cards, they failed. 5 cards, it's got to be. We've got to be able to pull this off. And if we need to, we can, as long as we get flags, we can trigger this. I want to make this clear on a house rule. We're always going to be using companion. I guess you don't even have to declare it. Okay, here we go. We just need 2 successes here. There we go. We just got 2 successes right away. Look at all this overkill, but that's just the way it works. Okay, so all those cards got discarded. We got our successes. So you pull with all your might, freeing the animal's back legs, and it finally scrambles out of the hole. Yay, we saved the donkey. That dog seems like he should have been helping. All right, here we go. A thousand thanks. With your help, we'll be able to continue building a real house. That's what they're building? Not a singing lane, a house? Everyone keeps getting sick in our drafty tent. Take this, you've earned it. The 2 men bid you farewell before leaving, guiding their donkey and its heavily loaded sled. So we get a prestige, our influence. We get a Hope Reborn, a 99, and a 199. There's our 99. What's a 199? I feel like we know what it is. Oh, it's some sort of weapon, isn't it? Is there 199s the weapons? Oh, a gambler's bone. Oh, we like these. It's just an item. The 199s are barter items. They're barter items. Okay, one of the strangest experiments ever undertaken by the necrodruids, to grow vegetables amidst the corpses of diehard gamblers so that once ingested they'll have a favorable effect on the odds. Their value is inestimable for the superstitious. After rolling a die, you may discard this to re-roll it. However, you must accept the new result. Well, our fortune teller hut gives us this, but other people like gamblers' boons. We've had need of them before, and we can always barter it. It's a barter and a provision, so it's a useful item to have. And we need to get ourselves an influence. I mean, that was a nice encounter. That was worth it, helping that little donkey. So we gain another influence. All right. And we're back on track for our mission. We got another Hope Reborn, which is great. Where are we putting our Hope Reborns? Over here. Okay, 94 comes out. Do we have enough to find that guy yet? There's the 90. Oops. There's the 94. No, we need a couple more cards. A plank track winds through this desolate territory. Further north, a strange stone slab looms above the dusty ground. Okay, so there's the portal to the underworld. There's something we can look at. I don't see any of our mushrooms. I don't see any numbers. I don't remember what that is. Jonathan, do you? Let me just sticker this into our map. And I suppose I should bring out this here and this here. All right. What? Okay. All right. So we haven't moved there yet, but surely we're going to, unless you want to get on this boat or look. No, we're not getting on the boat. And there's no mushrooms for us to eat. All right, I'm going to walk us up there for one card. We can keep this card in our hand, which we will. That's Ruthless Attack. That's a good card to have. All right, here we are. We're on the Singing Lane. Now, we know that we're not ready for this. Let me bring this card here. We know we're not ready to go into the underground. We know our singing path is here. This is where we want to go. So the only question I have for you is, should we look here, Jonathan? I guess we should. Although you can make the case we should do it on our way back. But I feel like if we don't remember what it is, we should do it. All right, let's look in there, 61. We're in good shape. Maybe, you know, our luck will be useful for us. A plank road on stilts wide enough for a cart is bordered at regular intervals by stakes hung with little metal bells. It's just talking about the Singing Lane. The so-called Singing Lane was built during the War of the Worms to warn travelers of approaching burrowers. Since they had no way of detecting them, the slightest underground tremor causes the stakes deeply embedded in the ground to ring their bells and signal imminent danger. Even though the lane is now in disrepair and less reliable than your ground shiver, there is something reassuring about it being near the Citadel. Take a 152, and you can take a card in the action or discard pile to add to your hand. Okay, so what's the bad news? We can take a 152. That's good news. Now we're confident. That's an amazing ability. The bad news is that we do have a mention of our magic words, but we're already unleashed. So we don't get an extra unleashed. We just got it unleashed. We need to remember that we seem to be getting this pretty frequently, so we shouldn't be we should use this. We shouldn't be saving this for a super emergency, right? Because we seem to get unleashed fairly regularly now with that book. So I just want to remind us to use this when we can. All right, and this gets banished. So this is very thematic with our mission, but we're never going to see that card again. That was our 61, unless there's a gold 61. Is there a gold 61? No. No, there isn't. So that's it. And we should have known that by the diamond. All right, well, let's go over here. Nothing else really to do. Ground shiver 3, so it's free. Person's lying on the ground. You call out, but the man does not react. If you'd rather go on your way, discard this. Otherwise, have a discussion with him. If our ground shiver was 5, we'd read 1 dialogue. Otherwise, we read another one. Well, we're motivated to talk to people. I wish that I had... What was the thing about grabbing a card? Didn't we have something? I forgot to do this. One involved character may choose 1 card in their action or discard and add it to their hand. We forgot to do that. All right, so let me do that before we do that. So we've got flight on the double. Consider. For 1 or 2 additional cards, that's good. Authority is good. Or from our action deck, huh? Let me just look at what's in our action deck. Apply a symbol. Use flags in our dialogues. Would be good for this test. Improvise, that's pretty great. I always like improvise or determination, which is just amazing. So I guess I'm going to take determination. All right, so good. It's good we didn't forget to do that. All right, let's have a communication with this guy. Why not? 115, and that gets discarded. All right, 115. Remember, we want to get our backstory. That also involves talking to people. All right, let's see what this guy says. I remember these kinds of things. You turn the body over. The old man has a grayish complexion. Seems to have died. Oh, he's dead. Before you set off again, you pat it down in search of anything interesting. He'll no longer need it anyway. So we roll the die. Remember, we have our boon we could use to re-roll this, or we have the fortune teller's hut. So it depends on how badly we want this. All right, let's roll the die. 5. All right, so what do we get? 199, that's another barter item. All right, let's take that. I don't think it's worth spending to re-roll anything. 199 is a pretty good card. Let's see what we got. Targe, I don't remember this. A small iron buckler. It's a little shield. It just gives us shields. I hate the shields. All right. Well, what are you going to do? And we're up in weight. We're going to end up dropping that. 7. Maybe we'll need it. We'll use it when we get into a fight. We'll try not to be too cheap about it. Maybe someone wants it from us. All right, and then that goes away. So, I mean, nothing bad happened to us. That was this card here. So now 90 comes out. And we still haven't gotten any mission-specific cards. Let's see what 90 is. The ravages of the burrowers have devastated the landscape. We would get another Unleashed card. The once green and hilly region is now a wasteland traversed by a path of broken planks. The Great Sea has taken the opportunity to spread out on all sides, pushing its northwestern shore all the way to here. All right, so there is various things. I believe we can rest in here. I believe here we get some health back. No numbers visible. One, two, three, four. There are now 4 singing lanes visible. Yes. So we see it on 4 terrain cards. We can take the following action. We look our compass. We just need 3 success. We can keep one of these cards and then we try our luck. Now, who's good at compassing? Not our lady, not our dog. Okay. And we don't have any stuff here, but it's easy enough to get 3 successes. Use any amount of cards we want. In fact, if we needed to, we could always use this. That's amazing to have this card that you don't have to trigger until you need it. And determination as well. So we could give ourselves 2 successes. It almost feels like, well, okay, anyway. And we can keep one of these cards. Well, that's a reason to draw a bunch of cards. All right, let's draw 5. 3, 4, 5. We should be able to get it on our own with 5, but we've got backup ways to get more. Or there's potion. I'm just trying to make sure we're not missing using anything that we should be using. Okay, here we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. We've actually got plenty of successes. All right, we get to keep one of these cards, but we're already maxed out in our hand. Is there any of these cards that's any better? Certainly not better. Symbol. Eloquence. I'm not sure. I'm not sure any of these are better. Let's just throw these out. Now we have to take a 13, though, and try our luck. Last time we did this, it did not go so well. You know what? I wonder. We're about to have an important dialogue, right? Why don't we take eloquence in hand? Why don't we take eloquence in hand and let's throw away intuition. Although yeah, let's do that. Okay. Because we're going to have a dialogue right now. So I think maybe it makes sense just for fun. All right, now we've got to try our luck. Here we go. But we know what we're going to do if we need to. We're going to unjinx ourselves. Okay, Lady Luck is on our side. So we didn't need to use our fortune teller hut. We did get lucky here. So now that Lady Luck is on our side, we spot a figure busy fixing the singing lane. Take a 99, which is another Hope Reborn, which is wonderful. Remember, we can use these anytime we want, Jonathan. We could upgrade our stuff right now. We've got 1, 2, 3. If we wanted to, we could upgrade Destiny right now. Is there any reason to do that before we read this dialogue? One, two, three. Hope Reborn. So we can't quite get ourselves to the 301, but almost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 2 away. Would get advanced skill or discard a card or and a building if we wanted to spend those, but maybe not because we don't know. We might need to use them for health. All right, let's go ahead. Let's read 279. Tell you what, let's take our break. When we come back, we will have this dialogue with our mission-specific person, Ruiz. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So Jonathan in the chat during the break was making a good point that we keep getting these Hope Reborns. You can only use one for health, though. If you try to use them for health, you have to spend them all. You only get 10 health. So the point is, as soon as you have two, you might as well use one for building. So we do have two we could go on the Destiny. to build. But I guess there is a reason not to do that. Because Jonathan was saying, this game seems to want us to use production to protect buildings. So Jonathan was saying, you know, it may be worthwhile to build the mill. So that we get an extra production per turn. Wow, 3 for that, though. That's so expensive. Is it better to build the mill than the guild? The guild would let us get 2. I guess the question is, are we likely to get this kind of upgrade once every 2 scenarios? In which case, it would be better to do that than the mill. So one reason to put off using our Hope Reborns to build at this point, I guess, is that right now, if we knew we had to use them to build, we would have to go out of our way to pick build locations. Whereas if we knew we had 5 or 6 to spend, then we would know, okay, we're going to get this one for one of them. And we could get this one for another. So I'm not 100% sure what we should do now. But I think we should chew on it a little bit more. And in the meantime, do this. 279, because we are sort of in the middle of this action. But yeah, let's think about upgrading, spending those Hope Reborns soon, rather than at the end of the scenario, which we normally wait for. All right, here we go. This is our guy. A man's nailing planks using the metal prosthesis in place of his right hand. Are you Ruis? I've just come from Ninadazur's Citadel. Ambrosius sent me. He told us you owed him a favor, so here I am. We need... Aha, is that old scoundrel still alive? He couldn't come himself, so I owe him a favor, do I? Look here. The last earth tremors did a lot of damage to the Singing Lane. I haven't had this much work to do in a cycle, so I don't really have time to chat. How will you respond? Either, dramatically, the fate of the collapsing lands is at stake. The Singing Lane can wait. Or, Ambrosius is busy with an important task that only he can accomplish. That's why I offered to come in his place and find you. He told me you were old acquaintances. Well, we know this guy is focused on duty and obligation and trying to help people. And he doesn't like flattery, but neither of these are really flattering him. Dramatic, yes. We're role-playing our ruthless guy, so we're just going to give it to him straight. The fate of the collapsing lands is at stake. The Singing Lane can wait. 291. He says, the task I have is the Singing Lane, not the whole of the collapsing lands. I told you I have enough on my plate as it is without adding the fate of the world. You huff at Ruis's apparent indifference. Take a 151 and a 101. All right, there's our 101. And 151 we already have. That is the Unleashed. Well, that's a shame. All right, but let's see what we get with a 101. We got our first objective. For the needs of... Okay. No. All right, one objective. We should use those unleash because we keep getting them. And then we move to 298. I knew it was looking too easy, this mission, didn't we? You wait while Ruiz examines a new plank, making no further mention of your presence. He finally grumbles as he shows you his prosthesis. I owe this masterpiece of goldsmithing and this exciting profession, which makes me sweat blood and water, to Ambrosius. On second thought, I could have done without his help. He's silently lost in his memories before concluding. Now leave me be. I have work to do. We can be empathic. I understand. It must be a lot of work if you're the only one repairing the singing lane. Or helpful. Here's what I propose. I'll help you repair this part of the singing lane, and in return you'll listen to my request. Surely helpful. Yes, Jonathan says helpful. Okay, here's what I propose. I'll help you repair this part of the singing lane. In return, you'll listen to my request. 314. I've always preferred working alone. You don't know how to fix the singing lane, and I have no intention of wasting my time training you. That's unfortunate. I guess we should have known he likes working alone. One card in our discard or action pile and added to our hand. Well, our hand is full up, so I'm not sure we're going to be doing this. It's kind of a shame. We've got good fighting cards. I wonder... I mean, we may need to fight, so... I'll tell you what, though. We've got a bunch of cards that make use of flags. I'm going to swap out Ruthless Attack for something that generates 2 flags. All right, now we go to 325. This is really shuffling us around. Okay, let's see what Ruiz says. Ruiz goes back to his business. He seems determined not to speak to you again. So there's nothing I can say or do to make you agree to listen to my request? Or we can give him a barter. Here, this is for you if you agree to listen to me. We absolutely can barter the Gambler's Boon. We might be able to barter something else too. What else do we got? No, the shield can't be bartered. All right, well, we could barter the Gambler's Boon. 325. Do we want to do that? I want to point out that in our mission, right, when our guy told us about this guy, he says, I always refuse the little gifts. I always refused the little gifts my apprentices would offer me. That was the only thing that we had in common with this guy. So I don't think this guy wants to be bribed. Like, that's the thing he hates. The only thing that he had in common with Ruiz is that he always refused the gifts my apprentices offered me to turn a blind eye to their bad results. But that's the part. We're not really offering him to turn a blind eye, but we are offering a bribe. And so I don't think this guy likes being bribed. So let's do this. 319. Let's keep our boon. Okay, here we go. We're keeping our boon. We don't want to get this guy riled up. You're as stubborn as Ambrusis. My word, says Ruis, shaking his head. I'm sorry, but I won't leave until you listen to me. He says, okay, now we have a result. During the result step of the following action, for each objective card you have, ignore one success. So we made a bad choice before. So we do have one objective card. So we need to get 5 successes on 3 cards. However, so if we failed, wow, we have to find him again, or else we're out of luck. So we can't afford to fail this. However, the good news is we need 5 successes on 3 cards. But the good news is that we took this card, which is negotiation. That's what we're using on him. So we can generate 3 stars using 3 flags. And we have this one that generates, we have this one that generates 2 flags. So that's 2 stars right away. There's 3 stars. So we've got 3 stars using our cards that we've prepared, and we need to get 5. We only need to get 2 more of our own. So that seems absolutely doable. And we have this if we need it. Actually, this has to be declared ahead of time. Confident. I think we should declare this. Then maybe we won't have to use both of these. Let's see this again. This is a lock of 3. We don't really need this. We don't really need this. 1, 2, 3. We only need to come up with 2 on our own. Surely we can do that. All right, I'm not going to use confident. It's too powerful. But I will draw 5 cards. We will surely be able to pull this off with 5 cards. And we might not even need all this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And we're going to be able to use these to get us up to 5 successes. 1, 2, 3. We only need 2. We can use 3 of these cards. Surely we can pull this off with 5 cards. But it's so the penalty for failing is so huge that we really can't afford to lose. I'll tell you what, I'm going to still draw 5, but I am going to use this. Why mess around? So I'm going to declare, since it's a purse card, I have to declare we're using it. There we go. All right, so then maybe it'll keep us from having to use these. All right, here's our 5 cards. All right, so how many successes do we have on our own? We're definitely using this. So there's 1. And then we've got 3 cards. So 2. 2 successes on our own. 2.5. But okay, so 1, 2, 3. Now we need 2 more. I guess it's going to be these 2. which was kind of fun because eloquence is what we needed for this. Although, yeah. Although discard one card from our hand, that's no point in that. Yes, because this gets blocked. That's what we'll do then. Okay. So there's our 4, 5. Actually, do I need this? We have one flag here. And one flag here. So I don't need to use authority to generate the flags. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5. So we did use eloquence. These all got used up. Eloquence does require that I discard another card. I'm going to discard this one. Do I want to discard reinforcement or do I rather have this? It's kind of mixed. But I'm going to get rid of reinforcement. No, I'm going to get rid of authority. Kind of a shame that we have to get rid of this, but okay. So, and we've gotten rid of confidence, but it was worth it. We have got our 5 success. We needed 4 plus 1. We did not want to mess this up since the consequences are so dire if we failed it. Oh, we get to keep one of these cards. I guess we'll keep inspiration, which lets us go get a card of our choice. Okay. All right, 189. Let's see if he's going to give us a mission or if he's just going to settle up and we're done. He says, well, at least we can agree you don't give up easily. Tenacity is a quality I appreciate, so what is it that's so important to ask me? Ruiz listens intently as you explain the situation. Unfortunately, I don't have any more Hellbow grease because of this damned prosthesis. The jar that contained it slipped and broke when my foot went through a rotten plank. It's a difficult grease to find, even for me. You can try your luck with the chain. If you come across one of its links, tell them that I sent you. Maybe they'll be able to get it for you. Good luck. Return all objective cards. That's the one that was penalizing us, so it's good that we're returning this. We get 2 influence. We get 2 hope reborns and a 104. That's pretty great. All right, 2 more influence. Now we're up to 4. That's good. 2 99s. That's great. Now we can afford a lot of upgrades. And a 104. What is a 104? I can't remember. We already have it. No, we don't. I just misfiled it. What is a 104? And why did I misfire it? Okay, 104 is an objective number 4. Turn all objective cards and then take an objective card. It's kind of weird. I guess they were used to punish us in the beginning, and now these are actually good objectives. That was weird. Okay. So that worked out well. I don't think he was going to respond well to if we tried to bribe him. But we now have an objective. We have a bunch of Hope Reborns now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did we read chain in the glossary? Might give us a hint where they are. Okay, yes, let's do that. Let's read more. Let's hear more about the chain. And the singing lane. Oops. The singing lane we have read before, but I didn't check it off, so maybe we didn't read it this playthrough. There's the bells, the burrowers. Okay, so now the chain. An organization established during the War of the Worms delivers news, inquires about needs, and exchanges goods between the different communities of the collapsing lands. Each of its members' links follows a well-defined route. They travel by taking the singing lane. So I think we're just going to keep going on the singing lane and take every opportunity to explore around it. Now, it also sounds like maybe there'll be mission-specific cards for that, right? He just says, tell them I told you about it. So I think we should use inspiration if we've got a good reason to do so. I mean, improvise is a pretty great card to have. I don't want to have to start throwing away improvise. But maybe better to be able to generate flags, because this is 2 successes. These 2 cards combined. I don't know. No, I don't know. Boy, we got a lot of flags on our own, though. Maybe I will wait till we need it. Let me refresh our health. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 health brings us down to 31. So if we think, question is, are we gonna see the singing lane by exploring these, or should we just focus on the singing lane? I guess we should probably just focus on the singing lane. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 Hope Reborn. So we do have enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do have enough to get that 301 right now if we wanted to. But we don't know if we're going to need one for health. I'd be inclined to do this, though, if we get one more. Because having an extra card in hand is pretty huge. All right, let's walk through. Let's keep walking. Let's see if we can't find the people on the singing lane. All right, so I'm going to walk over here. For one card, we get to keep it in hand. Resolution. I think this thing here is a good benefit. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that to get 120. Oh, it also could be scenario specific. So we should always be doing those. It's not, but there are two options. Here's our 120. Remaining alert, you inspect the area. It seems safe enough to take a short rest. Actually, there's no cards in our discard pile. Discard all the 120s. Okay. If a permanent event is attached to your trading card, shows a fight, discard this immediately. It doesn't. 0, 0. We can unblock a card. Actually, we could add 3 cards. We don't have any 3 cards to add, but we could absolutely unblock a card. You must take 1. So we could bring 2 cards in our discard to our hand, which we don't have any discard, but we're going to unblock a card. Okay, so we're either going to unblock Second Wind, which lets us rest, or Perseverance, which gets us a success. I think that actually we should take Second Wind this time. Normally I would much rather have these, but I think for this mission, we're going to try to use all those Hope Reborns for, well, 10 health is huge. 5 cards is not so huge. All right, let's unblock Perseverance. It goes in the discard. Second Wind stays blocked. All right, so we've done this top thing. We didn't have to draw any cards. We just rested. And that was useful. Okay, then that goes away. And we discarded them. Okay. All right, let's explore here. Oh, look, we just found a nice rock that we could throw at someone. That's a nice card to just find. A little rock sitting on the ground. Doesn't take up any weight. You can only use it once, though, but that's pretty good. All right, let's go here, and let's hope it's a mission-specific card. Nope. To the north, a wooden building overlooks the strata of cracked earth that rise up from the sea. That's a little tavern. We've been to that before, but it might have been a mission-specific thing we went to. All right, let's bring it out. No numbers here to spot, huh? Gotta keep our eyes open for that. All right. Well, Jonathan, here's a question. Like, is it worth us exploring here? Actually, that's a ground shiver 5, so that would cost us 7 cards to explore that. So we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that unless we're forced to. So let's just go here. I'm going to spend 1. I have to throw this out. No Mercy. That would be a nice fighting card. We might have to do some fighting soon. But I think if we have resolution for stars, maybe it's better to... Wow, Mercy. Keep using it, though. 2 for 2. Okay, I'm going to throw out resolution. I'm going to keep no mercy. Let's get ready for battle. All right, I think we got to go in here because one of the chain people may be in there. So we got to draw a card. We throw it out. I want to note that if we used our Hope Reborns now, we could have an extra card in hand for the rest of this mission. It's very tempting to get that while we can benefit from it. But maybe we don't know. All right, 136. Let's see if we can't find our mission here. Nope. The building has resisted time and war. Beneath the spiggy on the sign, you can make out the words, "The Red Spiggy, an abandoned inn." Without a doubt, you search from the cellar to the attic without finding anything interesting, but notice several dusty rooms still in favorable conditions. I remember this. There's a number here, isn't there? Wow, I want to note it. I want to note, though, that I can't see it just looking at this. I believe there is a number here. Isn't there? Yes, there is. I see it now. You enter the most spacious room, probably the only one once occupied by the innkeeper. It has been an eternity since you slept in a real bed. It is scary that it's so hard to see the number. It makes me wonder if we're missing some others. But so before we discard this, let's get that number. Do you see it there? 121. Is there a way to zoom in on it more? You see it? It is 121, right? 121. Maybe I should have used my greens. Wow, it's hard to see that. And why is that camera so poorly focused? There it is, 121. One of the floorboards squeaks when you step on it. Do not discard the card that enabled you to take this. Bend down and examine it. It's concealing a hiding place. So we take out a box containing some items that the innkeeper had hidden. A 154, two 149s, and a 249. Wow, that's great. Okay. 154, two 149s. Are those the barter items? A 249, that's like a deluxe item. Wow, we got a lot of stuff here. And then banish this. Okay. Well, that gets banished. Let's see what we found in those floorboards. So we got another gambler's bone. Another gambler's bone. We got a lucky card. Mirror, which can be bartered. And a fighter's potion, more strength. Terrific. That's useful. Why is it so useful? Because we've got this amazing war pick. Okay, let's put this with the rest of our potions. Lucky with the rest of our status. Mirror and Gambler's Bone. I can see already I need to improve my storage space here, but maybe I'll do that on our next break. All right, so now let's sleep. Take a rest here in this bed to gain 4 life points, which is very welcome. We're now at 35. Absolutely. Discard. Absolutely welcome. Okay. Now, further along the singing chain, we're gonna looking for our people. Nothing else to do but do it. Jonathan says, I think we should go to the end of the road, but if we're desperate, I sort of think we can draw both people by the lake where we can ride to Kel. One of them was part of the link. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Let's do this. It's a 1. We have enough. Wisps of pinkish smoke escape from a hole in the ground. So this is a way to get arcane. Or we could just grab this for a 349. I believe the 349 is the arcane energy. I don't think there is any more in there. I think there's only one, if I'm correct. Unfortunately, we don't have much of a good way to use the arcane energy. Oh, no, there is another one. There is another one. So I think we want to grab it because we have no other way to get over here. We want to get in this, on this space. So let's do this. We'll grab it. Another arcane energy. Boy, we need to find a weapon that we can, or something we can use this arcane energy on, because right now it's useless to us. All right, 128. It'd be nice to find someone we're looking for. Nope, still not yet. At the bottom of the steep hills, a path goes down to a rocky scree that obstructs the passage. Well, we've now reached the end of the singing lane. Huh. Well, it's tricky. Is there more? Do we know of more singing lane area? This is the main singing lane we know about. We've been in here, so we might as well go here. That's one card. Has to get discarded. I'd love to keep this, but we're maxed out. I'm tempted to increase our hand size now. Jonathan says, let's look at our map from campaign 1. Okay, let's do it. So here's where we are now. We're right here. Let me see. Where are my tools to make this pen a little bigger? That's opacity. I don't know how to make it bigger. Okay. I don't know how to make the pen thicker. Oh, sorry. John says can't see the tab. All right, sorry. So here we are here. And we followed this path. So that's the old only singing path I see. We've been down there on our previous mission. We've been in Kel. I don't see any more singing. Oh, there's more singing path. I don't know if we have the strength to get there though, but there is more singing path. If we go here, we can end up at the singing path. Is that what we should do? I guess it is, yeah? I guess there's some more singing path up here too. But this is, I don't think we can get ourselves up there, but we can take a look. What is this bridge to cross? This is the bridge right here. 20. Okay, maybe it's easy to cross this. John says it did give us the quick return card, so I think it may want us to keep go east. That's a very good point that it gave us the quick return card. That's a very good point. Remember, this woman up here was the one with the place they were all sick. We need to cure them. I kind of felt like up above here was dangerous. But maybe I'm wrong. Well, I guess we're either going east or north. Um, I think we should look at this bridge up here. There are fives here. These are fives. I think that's very expensive for us to cross. Fours and fives. That might be too expensive. What's up here? Twos and threes? I don't know, but I think we should explore this area up here where this bridge is to see if it really is easy to walk over. All right, but we know we're going east or north, something like that. And I guess we'll explore as we go. A two, we're allowed to, so we can go into the twos, but the threes, actually, we can go into the threes too. So the threes are free for us. I think it's easier for us to go north, actually. North is in threes, so that's affordable. But to the east is fours, and fours are expensive for us. So I think north it is for us. I think north it is for us. That's the direction we can afford to go. All right. Let's go look at this area here, 140. Otherwise, we can't go up. I'm not sure we ever even want to go up, but okay, 140. Could be mission-specific cards here, too. Okay, 140 is not a mission-specific. The rock of this region is of excellent quality, highly prized by stonecutters, ideal for construction. In addition to being useful for construction, the rocks offer many hiding places. When you check a building symbol, if the rockery gorge can be seen, check one additional box on the buildings page, then discard this. I mean, that's huge, but we don't have rockery forge stuff. So that's not very useful to us. If we need to do a test, though, while this is visible near us, this helps us climb or stealth. Not sure. Not sure how we're going to use that. I wanted to go north, but that's here and then north. So we got to do this first. No numbers there, huh? And no mushrooms for us to eat. A brown patch in the vegetation catches your eye. As you push aside the branches, you discover a large mantelet bearing the arms of Kel, mounted on a metal platform. Hold on, let me just check what Jonathan is saying. Did the scenario tell us to look at a particular passage if we ran into a link? Do we have a way to look up a passage if we randomly run into one, or do we have to find terrain? I think the guy just told us that when we have to find members of the link, and when we do, we should tell him that he said to help us. We should have written that down, though. But I believe, well, I'll tell you what. If we run into a member of the link, sometimes you can run into them randomly. But if we run into one and we don't see any way to activate them, then we'll try to find in that dialogue where we were. All right, so we find a mantelet bearing the arms of Kel mounted on a metal platform. This large wooden panel with holes protected the crossbowmen from underground attacks. Unfortunately, its wheels are too damaged to move. So we could go on our way and just discard this, or we could do a blacksmith operation or block an artisan, which we don't have. And we would get a Hope Reborn and a plus defenses of 2. That would be worth quite a bit if we could. But I don't think we have anything to help our blacksmithing. However, we do have Unleashed and Lucky, which could get us a star and 3 fists. So we have ways to get fists. Six success. Boy, that's hard. I don't think this is for us without blacksmithing. Yeah, I don't think this is for us. I mean, how much would it be worth? We could do it. There's one, it's not forced, so we could prepare. We could use inspiration to go grab perseverance. That would be a success. Or possibly multiple. So if we really wanted this, we could generate 1 success from that, 2 from this. Probably 3, 4. It's not a fight, so we can't do that. 4. All right, so we could do this if we wanted to. We'd have to block a card, and we'd have to use one of our potions, probably, maybe. What do you think, Jonathan? Is it worth it to get a Hope Reborn and 2 defense? That's pretty good. Those are hard to get. Should we do it? Maybe we should. Jonathan says, let's try. All right, we need 6 successes. So how are we going to get those 6 successes? I think what we're going to do is we're going to 6 successes. We get to use 3 of our cards. So if we use this, we get 4 flags. With those 4 flags, we can get 2 more successes, 3 successes. Before we even do that, we can use this to give us another success. I'm going to use this right now. Choose 1 card from your discard pile, add it to your hand. So I'm using inspiration to grab this. All right, so that was our previous action. Now we're going to do this action. So we use this. That's going to get us 2 successes, 3 successes, possibly more, 4 successes. Then we only have to get 2 from our 3 cards. If we draw enough, we might even be able to use that. 1, 2, and avoid using this. 3, 4, 5. All right, we're going to for sure use this, but I am absolutely going to use this. All right, so let's see. We're not using this yet. We just have to declare this, though. Okay, let's see what we got. All right, well, that's a pretty good draw. So it looks like with 3 cards, we're going to use these 3, I guess. So that's 3 successes of our own. We need 3 more successes. We didn't generate enough flags to get extra successes, but that's okay because we got 4 from here. So there's 3, 4, 5, and then 6. So actually, we didn't have that much room to spare, though we did have this. Now, both of these get blocked, unfortunately. These were in our draw, so nothing, those aren't being used except to get our successes. These got used as our draw. This gets discarded. We ate it up. But we need to give ourselves 2 life points, which is not bad either. All right, I think we made good use of the Orator's Potion. We get a 99, which is actually pretty darn... I'll tell you what I suspect. Can I tell you what I suspect, though? There's only one more 99 in the box. I suspect that it's going to tell us to get we're going to overkill 99s on this scenario, and they're going to be wasted. So I have a feeling that this 99 is going to be worthless for us. That's just my opinion. But there's another Hope Reborn and 2 defense for the Citadel. Okay. And then this card goes away. It's banished forever. 79 comes out. Nothing special for us. Okay. The numerous stumps that litter the surroundings testify to logging work that has been done here. Further north, a bridge spans a wide crevasse. Do you want to cash in now for our extra card? I think I do, yes. I think I do. Because I don't know what scenario we wouldn't do that. And having an extra card is pretty huge. The only reason the only thing that's giving me pause is what you said about should we bulk up on buildings instead. So we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only one more in the box that we're likely to get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we want to keep one for emergency health. That means we've got 5 to spend. So we could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and get our 301. However, you could definitely make the case that we would be better off so here's an alternative idea, though. We could use 3 to build the guild. 1, 2, 3. We could do 3 destinies, not towards the 301, to have 3 building points to build the guild or the upgrade for production. And then for 2 more, we could do community upgrade, community upgrade. If we did this, we would get 4, 4. We could get 8 community points right now. They're of no use to us now, though. But they would let us defend more buildings, assuming that that's what the game was telling us we could do. That's tough. That's a tough decision. It takes us away from our 301s. But it does get us high production. That means we won't be getting that 301 for many scenarios, though. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna make this case. I did promise Jonathan we'd get the guild, but I think what I'd like to do, Jonathan, we've only had one hint that we could use production to defend buildings, right? And we don't even know what a building destroying does. So I guess the case I'd like to make is let's wait for one more scenario to tell us how those destructive buildings work and how much we need for production before we go all in on getting 8 production. So if it's okay with you, we can still make a path to get those 8s. We haven't crossed any community upgrades yet, so we're still in a good shape for that. But I would like to use this to get that 301. That 301 makes such a difference. And since it'll help us right away, and the guild won't. So if you give me this one, let me get the 301, then I will promise to give you that we work on the guild if as soon as we confirm that doing so will give us more protection. What do you think about that, Jonathan, as a deal? I'd hate to waste all this effort and then turn out that like we can use defense to protect buildings or whatever. Okay, Jonathan says deal. There we go. So I'm going to spend these 5. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to block these. Now we have to do this. We get an upgrade. We get a discard from hand. We get a build. In fact, we could use this build if you want towards the guild. So we've got 2 upgrades coming. 2 skill upgrades, which is pretty fun. All right, so we're going to take a little... we'll do this now, then we'll take a break and we'll resume our adventure. So we're going to do 2 upgrades. Discard from hand and into their action deck. Okay. So we're going to do this twice. Twice we're going to choose 8 cards. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's our first upgrade. Then we get another one. 4, 6, 8. Okay. So 2 of our upgrades give us skill upgrades. 2 of our destiny give us skill updates. So here we go. I'm going to put these aside while we do this. I'm not sure what Jonathan is trying to say, though. Get the last hope reborn. Well, let me look at that in a second. First, let's choose our upgrades here. Our skills. Okay, here's our 8 cards to choose from. We're choosing 2. One gives us 2 flags. It's got a star, it's got a flag, and a fist. That seems pretty darn good for us. The order. Then we've got a card, a scholar card that's good for thinking, singing, and decoding, but the benefits are not that great, and these are pretty weird things. We've got a deceptive strike, which lets us use an extra chain. But it's got symbols, it's got a bad star. We have to be careful. We're getting a lot of cards that don't have stars in them. I think we should be careful about taking more of these cards without stars. This is a unlock. I don't love that. I guess I don't love any of these cards all that much. I mean, here's a fighting with a flag, but it's just shields. I hate that. Force the lock. Choose 1 card, add it to your hand. I don't like, I think we need more successes. I mean, this is good. It's almost worth taking this just for this. We do get to ignore brutal. We never run into brutal things, though. This would let us survive more. I guess I'd be inclined to take bodyguard. Mainly for these. Mainly for these, not these. Jonathan is fixated on the guild. Jonathan is totally fixated on the guild. All right, we're going to take order, so I might as well just put this aside right now. Okay, if we had spent that point on the guild and now spend this one and get the Last Hope Reborn, we could build the guild if we didn't build that one building near the start. But Jonathan, we did build the building near the start. How can we undo that? All right, Jonathan, focus. Which of these do you want? Because we built it because you said it was impossible to build the guild. It's true. I may be to blame, but what's done is done. I mean, you're right. It's my fault. We may very well get to, I suspect, like the last mission, that it will give us some builds. Like, remember the last mission? It said each objective was like a build. So I think we might be able to build it anyway. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it, Jonathan. Cross the bridge when we come to it. What do you want here? I think maybe, I think this one. All right, Jonathan can't even concentrate. He wants that guild so badly. Camouflage or bodyguard? I think bodyguard. These get thrown away. And these go into our action deck. But first we make a second upgrade. Here we go. Our second set of 8. Oh my God, look at that. Look at these cards. This is such an interesting set. All right, so for looking for hearing and for traps, you get 3 stars. Here's powerful, gives you 3 fists. That's pretty great. And it's got a star. Look at this one. 3 flags gets you 4 stars for a negotiation or a dialogue or giving a gift. Plus it's got a star, plus it's got a star and a half, a flag and a star and a half. That's pretty fun. This one, charm, I don't think so. Although it's got 2 symbols, but I don't think so. But look at inflexible. It's 2 flags, half a star, but you check this box and you get 2 flags or 3 if you want to block it. Rally and call helps you fight. I think we don't need that anymore. Here's ground shiver knowledge, which I talked us out of before. Would kind of be useful in this case, but I still say that's not usable. Teleportation. You need to use your arcane to get 2 stars, or you can go to any terrain card once. I don't like this. I think because we have so few fist symbols in our deck, having a way to generate them seems useful. So I guess I would argue for powerful. It's also got a star. It's blocked though, so you only get to use it once. That's not so great. Persuasion seems very appealing for these dialogues, which we like. But So does inflexible. However, between the two, this is much more generally useful. However, it's only got a half a star. This has got a star and a half. And it doesn't have to block. But we have so many stars. Do we really need more flags? Like, we already just bought this one. We just bought that one. Maybe we'd be better off with this one for fun, for dialoguing. What do you think? I think my vote is for persuasion and powerful. What do you think, Jonathan? I could be talked into. We could double down on this strategy, though. Influence. Where's influence? You mean inflexible? You want to double down on this ability to generate flags? The thing is, we have so many flags up here, Jonathan. So many flags here. I think we're going to overkill on flags, although this would let us generate less. Do we need more cards to use flags? It's going to be hard to use this, though. We'll just be carrying it around. I don't like this, Jonathan. We've got so many half cards. I'm getting nervous. Companions might use flags. It's true. Companions do need flags. Okay, inflexible it is. Well, do you want to take... All right, let's say we take inflexible. Would you rather take powerful or persuasion? I think powerful seems like what we need. A general use card versus a super hyper specific card. I think maybe you're making the right case. Okay. All right. So let me put these away. And we've got 4 new cards to add to our skills. All right. These get sleeved. And then we can get rid of a card from our hand. I'd love to get rid of a card with... I'd love to get rid of a card that doesn't have a success on it. I think we've seen some cards we don't like in our hand and discard. So these go into our action deck, actually, which is nice. All right, what card do we want to get rid of, Jonathan? Let me look through and pick out some cards that I think are useless. All right, I'll just keep these. So I suggest we get rid of one of these cards, Jonathan. See which one appeals to you the most to get rid of. Two symbols is a shield. However, it is a star here. But it's got no symbol. Of course, this one is just a little bit of energy. Can only be used once, and it doesn't have a success. All right, I say this one. This one, save your energy. This has got to be the one to get rid of. Because at least with this one, it seems inefficient, but actually if we have an excess of symbols, we can use this to prevent some wounds. And it has a success. I'm more concerned about this situation. Okay, save your energy. We are getting rid of... Actually, we can get rid of two cards. The card cancel upgrade gets rid of two. So for sure there's one. Okay. One more. Shields can only be used once, ignores ambush. I mean, ambush is good, but I don't like that it doesn't have a success. This has a success and a half, and it's 3. You have to use block to get to use bodyguard. You got to block a companion or animal. We're never going to do that. We're never going to want to do that. But it does have a flag in this. I guess I'm more concerned about these situations biting us. So I guess I'd be inclined to get rid of watch out. I want our results to be a little better. We feel like we've had some trouble recently. All right, so I vote for getting rid of watch out, but I could live with getting rid of either of these. Jonathan says watch out, get rid of it. Okay. Done. All right, these go back into our hand they came out of. All right. Last thing to do is to get a building card upgrade. Not the last thing. We also get 301. All right, what building do you want, Jonathan? You got one tick. What's it going to be? Guild? Or you want a one tick somewhere else? Do you have to ask? Jonathan says, okay, guild it is. Guild it is. All right, and now we get card 301. That's our final upgrade that we've been working so hard to achieve. Let's get ourselves 301. You are doing well thanks to the experience you've gained from overcoming many obstacles. So it's not just that we've got an extra hand space, but it's also that we can keep anytime we would keep one card, now we can keep 2 plus 1. This is just an insane benefit. We're always going to use this. Remember, we're supposed to declare it when it's in use, but there's no reason to not declare it ever. All right, so we're going to take experience, which I love. We're going to put this in our supply. And now I'm going to take Kasich from here, which I've been using to block a slot, and put it away. So now this is our hand of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Thank you, Jonathan, for letting me do that. And after this, we're going to upgrade our guild. All right. I feel very good about where we are. We're on the road. We're going to try to head north now, but we have to take a break. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. I have noticed in certain things, board games, other things too, if you are the one who wants to do something, if you are the one that wants to do a little cheat, it seems like it's harmless. But when someone else wants something, then that's when you lay down the law. And that's what I did to Jonathan. That's how unfair I was with Jonathan. Like, here I am playing this game, and every time I want to do a little like fudge or break the rules a little bit, I'm like, it's no big deal. We'll just let ourselves get away with this. And then Jonathan was like, I think if we get the building, we should just consider that last thing built. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You can't cheat, Jonathan. You can't do that. That's illegal. But when I want to do it, somehow I convince myself it's not so wrong. So, Jonathan, you know, you and I have been playing these games long enough. You know that if something's important to you, you should just say, you've got a lot of cards you've earned. If something's important to you, you just say in the channel, this is important to me, and whatever you want, we'll do. No questions asked. Well, some questions will be asked. That's my nature, is to ask the questions. But if you tell me something is important to you, enough said. All right. Or you just say that I'm being unreasonable, whatever. You just got to say it explicitly. We've gotten our upgrades. We got a new card in hand. We need to remember, in fact, I'm going to write it down right on this. +1 keep. Because we've gotten a card now that lets us keep an extra card whenever we get to keep cards. And that's very easy to forget. In fact, I'm tempted to put that card of ours right here so I won't forget. All right, maybe we'll do that. All right, here we are. For the record, I removed these exploration cards because they're getting in the way as I move things around. But we know that these terrain cards aren't out. So if we need to go up there, then we'll bring out the exploration cards back. I believe we should be heading north because it gets more expensive as we try to get into the 4s and 5s, although we could clearly go right here. But if you look at this, you can see that this card is cheap to walk onto. But this card here is a 5. That's too expensive for us. And then there's a 4 here. That's also too expensive for us. Although these are some cool places. And in fact, here is like a little cart that's broken down on the singing trail. So it's possible that it's worth traveling to just to get there. But notice that every step up is too expensive for us. So really, we don't have any business being over here. Although one cool thing is we've never been this way. But it's too expensive for us. It really is. Whereas up here is all walkable by us. Not only that, but as Jonathan points out, this woman wants to be healed. And we finally have a companion who's good at healing people. Quite good, in fact, given that we have flags. So it's tempting to try to get that done. All right, let's head north if we can. Up here we go. Whoa, we found something cool. A long stick. You pick up a sokar branch. Its wood is as flexible as it is strong, much larger than those that are usually found. We can use it to fight. We can use it to draw less cards, but we can, if it's for balancing, it's a success and an extra card. Okay, I'm not going to say no, but our weight does go up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're at 8. 8 out of 10. We have not gotten any side missions so far. Maybe that's just the way this quest campaign's going to go. No side mission. All right, let's get out our 2 card. Whoops, not our 2 card. 178. I don't know if we should start be concerned that we're not going to have time to fulfill our mission. I haven't seen any scenario specific. In the distance, you can see a wide crevasse that a bridge crosses at its narrowest point, each end 2 sturdy trunks strengthened by necro-druidic magic have enabled it to withstand until today. Necro-druidic, but not the word necro-druid. So I don't think that travel triggers our thing, but it doesn't matter because we're already unleashed. I'm going to bring these here. Okay, let's see what we got here. We can walk across. We get to keep a card, but in our case, we'd get to keep 2. Put a 279 or 179. So you just put the opposite end of the bridge. All right, well, this is pretty great because we get to take 2 cards. So let's stick this on here. Glue it in place. All right, so we're going to walk across it. I'm going to draw 2 cards. We get to keep both of these cards. One would be keeping it normally. Because of this, whenever you keep an X card, you get to keep X plus 1. So both of these cards go into our hand. It's our new order that generates flags and our runaway from a forced flight. All right, and over we go. And when we do, we bring out the 279. Opposite side of the bridge. And here's more Singing Lane, which is what we were hoping, well, what we knew we would find. Now this card says it's errataed. I don't remember what that errata was. I have a memory that it's not important, but let's see what that errata is. It's for card 279. Not critical. And if available in the adventure deck icon is after the number 337. Okay, so remember there's a special diamond that means, hey, if that card's not in the box, don't worry about it. Otherwise, you'd have to reshuffle. All right, no numbers. So now, do you want to go talk to that woman, Jonathan, and try to heal her? It might cost us a bunch of energy still to do that healing, but I think we might be able to pull it off. Let me put us on the path here. I mean, we know what she says, so let's consult our records. She says we can try to heal them or return a cure. I don't think our gambler's bones are cures, so we don't have any other cure, but we could, with our companion, that feels like we could do this because, well, we could probably get enough flags to get 2 successes. We need 4, huh? Well, yeah, I mean, we could do it. We could do it by using determination. We could do it by using a couple of our cards. We could use determination. We could use Enale. We could absolutely do it. And I think maybe, let's see. Jonathan says, the edge cases occurred because we were playing so well. Oh, we're talking about the guild. Okay. It's part of a quest. We have to do it multiple times to read 427, just so you know it. It's true. Did we do it last time? Part of a side quest? Oh, we get to trigger the side quest. Did we finish that side quest last time? If we didn't finish the side quest last time, then we absolutely should do it. If we did do that side quest, then I'm not 100% sure it's worth doing it again. Did we accomplish that side quest? Here's our previous side quest. We had a lot of them. Poison Hamlet. When 4 boxes have been checked, come back and read 427. So according to my records here, I think we did do it. I don't remember finishing it. But I guess we did. Well, what do you think, Jonathan? What did we get from that? Do you remember? I wish we had made a good note about it. Don't remember, huh? It says immediately after this is revealed, read 409 in our notes. So maybe we should read 409. I do. I mean, it seems kind of cool. All right, we're here. Let's go read 337. It's free. We'll bring it out. We'll consider this woman's stuff. I mean, also, for all we know, 337 has mission specific card, so we shouldn't be so sure we know what's going on. There's a hamlet on the edge of a deep crevasse. Some of the houses seem to have been swept away. Some remain. Vegetable gardens. Knock on a door. A raucous coughing fit. We go inside. Read 409. All right, here's where we're going to learn a little bit more about this. I mean, we're playing Ruthless, so I'm not inclined to be traipsing all over this place for some coughing woman. All right, one of the few farmers not in bed looks wearily at you as you enter the room. The whole hamlet's stricken with the same disease. It started after the reversal, when half our houses were swept into the crevasse. At first it was just a bad case of fatigue. Recently the illness has gotten worse. 2 of ours died a few days ago. Black sap. What's happening to us? He says before another coughing fit. Write down the poison hamlet on the side quests. All right, well, it's our first side quest. So, you know, that's something. Poison hamlet. 409. Okay, and that's all that happens for now. And then this person gets attached. The question is, do you want to spend some of our resources and our companion healer to actually do the first cure? It would get us a glimmer, although the glimmers aren't much use to us now because we're going to get all the Hope Reborns anyway. You know, on one hand, we got this woman. We don't know how long we're going to have her. When 4 boxes have been checked, banish this. I think we should do it. Because I don't know how long this woman's going to be here for us. This companion doctor. We might as well use her while we can. Let's go ahead and do it. Even the dog can't give her a gift. All right, but let's go ahead and do it. So we're going to declare we're using the companion. She's going to help with this medical card. We're only allowed to use 1. We have to get 4 successes. But we're going to end up using this for 1, this for 2. Then we can use 2 cards to get 2 successes. I think we should be able to do that, especially because if we can get 2 more flags. Oh, and then we can use these. But we have to declare. Oh yeah, you can declare you're using these and not trigger them. That's fine. There's our 3 success. So we're going to be able to achieve this. We shouldn't have to draw too many cards. But I'm going to draw 4 and hope that we can pull this off without using something else. So here we go. Yeah, this is going to do it for us. No problem. All right, well, this is part of the benefit of bulking up our hand is coming in handy. Because now we've got 2 flags, which can trigger her thing. And we get to use an additional card. So we can use 2 of our cards for successes. 1, 2. There's her 3. And I guess we're going to use order to generate her our fourth success. So that's it. There's our 4 successes. And we still have to discard a card from hand, which I think is going to be flight. So flight gets discarded. The rest of these get spent. We didn't have to block anything. Oh, this card actually doesn't get thrown away. This is amazing that this card doesn't get thrown away. Fine. And she stays with us too. All good. All good. And she helped cure someone. We made her happy. We try to make all our companions feel like they've helped out in this world. So we get a 49, a glimmer of hope, which we can use for our luck stuff. So that's good. And we check 1 box of the poisoned Hamlet. I see now that if you wanted to, you could do that entire thing right here on this space. Right? This person stays right here. We could do this over and over again right away if we could pull it off 4 times. We almost can. I mean, we've still got the 2 flags. But I don't think that we want to do that. I don't think we want to waste our whole time here dealing with this. We'll catch her once on the way back. We're not going to spend our whole day fixing these people. We got stuff to do. We helped them once. We gave them a little bit of cure. We made our doctor feel happy. Yeah. Let's move on. Actually, this is up here. Okay. Yeah, we can't spend our whole life dealing with this woman. All right, now we've looked over here. We still have not come across our singing chain people. It's a little concerning. In fact, I was wrong about Ground Shiver. These are 3s. The 3s are 7 cards for us. What are we gonna do, Jonathan? Everything is expensive for us. I wish I remembered what he said about ground. What's that? I remembered what he said about the chain. Why can we not find the chain? This is exactly what happened to us last week. Have we made mistakes? I mean, I know some of the chains are random. No, I wish we had take that card. What did the intro say? Did we miss a hint? The intro just told us to go find this guy. It didn't even say anything about the chain. He works for the chain, repairing the singing lane. That way lies the greatest chance of finding him. Be careful not to offend him. You want me to try to recreate what the path was of him? We read this. Now we went to 279. And then we were dramatic, which sent us to 291. That sent us to 298. From 298, we were helpful. That's 314. And then we just went to 325. I'm just going to write down this number. Then we didn't bribe him. We went to 319, which sent us to 189. So the answer is that 189 was where he gave us instructions, which I'm going to write down here. Okay, so what does he say? I don't have any more elbow grease. Try your luck with the chain. If you come across one of its links, tell them that I sent you. That's all he says. That's not very helpful, is it? And then when we read about the chain, it said that they hang out at the well-defined route. They travel by taking the singing lane. All right. Well, we're here. I guess we should do this. What else is there to do? To go to these places. I'm not sure we've ever been too far up, but that's probably because it gets hard. There's also chain to the east. Let me look at that again. Did I misunderstand how difficult that was? I don't think so. That's pretty cool. That little, could this guy, Jonathan, in this place, this building, be relevant to our quest? Could that be a specific? Those are fourths. Those are even harder. Okay. Let's not mess around. We're going to have to just explore these areas. I'm going to explore this one first. Okay, this costs 7 cards. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here's where we start losing all our health. Those just got thrown away. An individual waves to us. An individual waves to us. Now, this is just a random card, but is this guy going to be a link in the chain? Well, clearly we're not walking away. We're going to talk to this guy. I just wish we had our talking stuff cards. Wish we had better hand of cards. All right, draw one card and we talk to this person. Banish it and read 575. This is a random card though, so. But all right, let's see if this guy is going to give us 575. Good day, we say. Good day. I've come from Ninadazur's Citadel, where our community settled after the reversal. I heard some former gardeners survived its collapse. I was a member of the Mortabala bombers during the War of the Worms. I still make bombs for whoever needs them. I'm currently looking for components. I never travel without taking a few bombs with me. In case I have a bad encounter, I can trade you one if you're interested. We have to give him 2 barter cards to get a bomb. Then if you have bomb workshop and your influence is 15 or higher, he'll join our community and be a companion. But we don't, so we can't do that. Do we want a bomb for 2 barter cards? We've got a useless mirror. And it's fragile, so it's going to break soon. And we've got a gambler's boon, which is useful in itself, but not so much. So I think we should probably... Too bad we can't give him that shield. But I think we should do this, don't you? We even have a spare boon. All right, let's just do these guys. I think the bombs can be fragile. It's true, but they're good weapons, and these are useless. I'm going to give him these. 2 barters. 2 149s. Hopefully they won't blow up in our face. Take a 350. Here's what he gave us, an acid bomb. It's fragile. It's a projectile. It ignores tough. It could come in handy. Doesn't have any weight either. That's good. All right, and then that's it. We can't convince him to join us. Now we get a 194 card for exploring. If we're lucky, this will be our chain. No, it's not. The wind rushes between the walls of a rocky gorge, giving off an overpowering melody. 2 cracks scar the ground, forming a pattern that reminds you of a cross. Wow, we're at the end of the chain here. On the other hand, there is something to look at. And walking is actually good for us. We should walk and stretch our feet because we need more hands in our card. So let's walk over there to the edge of the chain. Draw a card and keep it, but we need to refresh. And then there. We're down to 30 life. Remember, we have a Hope Reborn for 10 if we need it. I hope we don't need it, though. And I said we're going to walk and keep a card. Okay, that's another fighting card. All right, let's look here. Draw one card, 284. You can still export chain to the west here. Yes, we still got one more there. But I figure while we're here, we should do this. 284. No. That's a bush with blue leaves. Birds are feasting on its berries, but that does not mean that they're edible for you. You're about to pick some berries. Several birds fly around you, trying to peck at you. So, I don't want to deal with these birds. They're evasive. We don't have a way to get around evasive, but we have lots of stuff to kill these birds. What is evasive again? For every 3 cards you draw 3. Ouch. Every 3 cards we draw, we discard 3. But, and they don't wound us, so we don't need our shields. But we can use our weapons. I wonder if it's time to use this, our war pick. With Unleashed. So if we do that, um, it just seems overkill for these birds. That's overkill for these birds. I'm not wasting this on these birds. What else do we have? Here's our Gladius. Two. All right, I don't think we need to use these. What we'll do, except if we want to do less than 2 cards, 2 successes. I'm sorry, it's taking me time here. I just trying to avoid eating up so many cards. All right. We keep getting, I kept saying that we have to use these Unleashed because we keep missing a chance to get these. So I'm going to use Unleashed to get 3 fists. And then we will use our Gladius to turn those into 2 successes. Then I only need to get 1 success. So I'm going to draw 2 cards so that I don't have to trigger evasive. And if I don't get 1 success here, then I'm going to use determination to get the last one. Although we could just use this to get 3. Then I wouldn't even have to draw any, which would save us energy. That's what we'll do. We'll use the war pick, and then if we have to, we'll use our ability to keep it in hand because we don't want to block this. This is a great card. Okay, using this, triggering this, kill the birds, don't have to draw any cards. That saves us a lot of energy. Done and done. No cards. 3 successes. It's killed right away. We won. We shoo away the birds, 151. This war axe is pretty amazing. Not only that, but the 151 is this card. So actually, this was free. I should have paid attention to that. But I'm doing something wrong, aren't I? The 3 plus, why am I now... the 3 plus means I must draw 3 cards. So if I wanted to draw less, I'd have to do something else, wouldn't I? We'd use this flail. We use the flail to draw 2 less cards. That way we don't have to draw the 3. Because if we draw the 3, we have to draw an extra 3. So that's what we do there. All right, so I drew 1 card. It's no successes, but it's a flag. That doesn't help us. We get rid of the birds. This gets thrown away. And we've defeated the birds. This gets thrown away, but we get it right back because that's our reward. And now we have to see if these go away. So that is very annoying. It would be pretty banished. Take a 151 card, not banished, just goes into the past. All right, let's see if we lose any of these. This is first for the war pick. This is the one we're going to have to re-roll if we get a 1. Oh, if the action fails. Action didn't fail. This one we roll no matter what. Okay, here we go. If it's a 1 or 2, we discard it. Oops. Okay, it's a 5. So these are both kept with us. All right, sorry that took so long. I apologize. Though dealt with those birds, that was ridiculous. What did I do? What did I just do? Was that from looking here? Was that just looking? Where did those birds come from? No, that was an exploration. What on earth is happening? Oh, that was 284. Just looking in that hole triggered this? What the F? Just looking in there triggered this bird? I'm going to do it again. There better not be more birds. I'm not going to be happy if we have to fight more birds. There must be another 284, though. It's the actual bush this time. So we can eat some berries to try our luck. I don't know. Is it worth eating these berries? We can gain 3 life points and get a 153. What's a 153? Does anyone remember? It's one of these, it's one of our blessing cards. We have some control over trying our luck, so... Alright, let's do it. Taking a 13 to try our luck. We've got glimmers. We'll just use glimmers for it, because we're not going to need those glimmers. Okay, here's our 13. We're jinxed. All right, I'm going to throw away a glimmer to go again. Lady Luck is on our side, and we get our glimmer back. All right, that worked out well. Can't ask for too much more than that. All right, so we got 3 life back, which brings us to 33. Jonathan, I'm going to read your comments as soon as I finish this thing here. And a 153, which is... You are in shape. I don't remember ever seeing that before. If we have a weakness, we don't get it. Otherwise, we can just use this to avoid having to pay so many cards for something. Okay, that's fine. And then these berries stay out there. All right. This whole scenario so far has us running everywhere. I mean, this whole thread. All right, now let me catch up on Jonathan. I still think one of the 2 people we can talk to by the lake right next to the Citadel is a member of the Link. I don't know if we can draw both or if it's random. It could be a false memory. I feel like it was a woman working for the Link or the man with the boat. The lake near the Citadel? You mean like down here, this boat here, this boat? This guy wanted to take us to Kel. There is some more river near Kel, though. But Kel doesn't have link stuff. But I could absolutely see that it may just be that it's random explorations in the one area are links. So it could be that we should be just going to all the explorations we can and try to stumble on someone. Or maybe the boat guy, you may be right. He may be part of the chain. He may be part of the chain, that boat guy. We may only need to find one of them. And every time we've explored where our ground shiver wasn't able to, we've been punished. So I think I might agree with you that maybe we should head towards him. All right, well, clearly we're not going up here. Like 6 is very expensive. That's clearly not for us. All right, so I'm going to head down. This mission has been a failure up here. This is expensive, but there is chain there. But is there anything to do with that chain? Let's take a look. So if we go to the left, the only thing we can do is listen down in that hole. That is not good for us. Although there is... Yeah, I think we're going to have to abort this, Jonathan. I think we're going to have to go and try to do your idea. I think we're going to have to try your idea of hoping that that boat guy works for the chain. Or that if we go south of there, even though we're off the chain route, we're at least in safe area. Well, here's his boat. Let's see what he says. It's an empty boat, Jonathan. Oh, we could wait. Here comes the owner. All I know is we don't belong up here. It's too difficult for us. So I think we gotta keep going. I guess we go down here for one, which we get to keep. And now we're gonna walk across it for two. I think I I I don't know what to do. How are we gonna find these people? I mean, I know we can't afford to go north. It's too rough for us. So I guess we should just go down and go where we can, which seems to be in the south. Into Kel. Are there chain people in Kel? I feel like the chain people are all random. $191 is this fun thing. No, where's 191? Is there any point in going east? All right, there's no. I can't think about it forever. I have a question. Banish this. Okay, so actually, I was going to say, could we do this multiple times? But no, actually, this one got resolved. All right, I'm just going to go all the places we can go that's in our area. So I'm going to explore this. Good day, my name is Cider. I've been all over the collapsing lands, from the Black Ocean to the Puddle, and believe it or not, I don't even have a ground shiver. Guess Lady Luck is on my side. If you offer me a little something, I'll tell you the most incredible story. if you want to give him something, you got to give him a barter, a trinket, or provision. I mean, we do still have a gambler bone. Should we give this to him? Or do we need to give this to a goddamn chain link guy? Jonathan, do you want to hear this guy's story? Or not? What if he's a member of the chain? Doesn't sound like it. So should I just throw this guy away? Sounds like he might know some secrets, but what do you think? Should I just discard this guy like we don't have time for him? John says, okay, let's listen to him. All right, here's his carrot. Go, take your carrot. But if he doesn't tell us something good, I'm just gonna murder him. So this gets banished. I feel like the cards that are banished, you might as well do. Like, why do we want to have to deal with him in the future? Let's just get him. Let's just learn what he has to learn. We'll murder him if he doesn't give us some good information. Let's see what he says. He says, hey, I know a girl who knows a guy who had ventured into the foundations. It's a subterranean world, he said, to run through the entirety of the collapsing lands, and whose structures made of chambers and corridors regularly shift against all logic. Well, this guy, he met a gigantic mechanical oracle there who told him the following anecdote. Really? A random anecdote? How about you just tell us what really happened? All right, well, we got a 2. Oh, 194. I don't know why we got a random anecdote. Seems like there should be a true answer to what they told him. Here's what the oracle revealed to him. The great library possesses 200 books of poetry, 6 bestiaries, and 9 books of culinary alchemy. Incredible, isn't it? Well, it's time for me to hit the road. You wonder if the old man misled you. +1, and if you have no weakness, take a 49. Okay, well, we have no weakness, so we get a 49, glimmer. And we got book knowledge. I mean, book knowledge is good. I'm not complaining. I'm not going to turn down a book knowledge. I don't know if that was worth giving him a carrot, though, but okay. And then 191, if we're lucky, it's going to be a mission-specific card. Of course, it's not. Obviously, in the area that was once called the 84 Hills, nowadays only a few hills remain, surrounded by a forest of ferns. I mean, unless someone in the chain is hiding over here, this doesn't really help us. All right, Jonathan, I think it's time to find your boat. Why is it so hard to find out what we're doing? All right, let me see here. To clarify what I'm trying to say about the link, my memory is there are multiple 112s. One of the card is the link member and one is the boat. Well, maybe we can just keep doing it until we get both of them. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess I'm just going to spend those 5. All right, so we're going to walk here for 2. Get to keep 1. I like this card. Better than this card. Now, sorry. Do we want to explore this in the hopes that it's a link? Because it's a 1 card? I feel like maybe we should do all the ones we can. I feel like there's some random links in these cards, so I'm going to do this. I know it could be bad. It's a 1, it can't be too tough. You spot a dark shape against the blue sky. The bird of prey. Another effing bird? A 150? What's a 150? We don't know. We don't have it. Or we can throw the bird at it and get 5 cards back if we projectile him. Let's kill him with a projectile. I feel like we should kill this bird. Where's that rock? We have a rock. So we can throw a rock at him. That gets us 1 success. Then we just need 1 card, 1 success from our hand. And we'll get some we'll get some stuff out of it. Of course, we can only do it once, but boy, that bird deserves it. That bird sure deserves it. And we can use this if we fail. Look. All right, so let's just draw 3 cards. Hopefully we won't need to use this. With 3 cards, we'll get 1 success, but even if we fail, although 1 life is worth 3 cards. All right, let's just do it. So we're trying to get 1 success here. No, yes, no. So we pulled it off. We get to keep 1 of these, but actually now we get to keep 2 of them. Unfortunately, we lost our rock, but we get some food and we get to keep 2 of these. These are both great cards. These are both nice. But we also have good cards already. Ready for anything to grab a card. Guess I'm just gonna do that. Seems like getting a card should be better, but it's a pretty good card. Okay, get a 5, which is some food for us. Let's see if we can eat some nice food. Okay. Get 5 health back whenever we want. It's provisions, though, so if we don't need to eat it, we might be able to trade it, which is great. All right, bird, go away. And then 147 comes out. This game really makes us hunt around for stuff. All right, so this is something we could listen, look at. Was this the person who was almost drowned? Is this the drowning thing? Well, and no mushrooms, huh? I could put this here. I wonder if that's a drowning person that belongs to the chain. What do you think about that? The drowning was related to a specific scenario. What's this green? Why is the zooming happening? Is it confused about something? I think we should go down here, Jonathan, and look at this. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go down here. That's for fighting. If we have a weapon, flags for 2. I'm just gonna. Flags to success, flags for 2. Okay, I'm gonna look here because I think maybe. Okay, so I got a success. What is happening with this zooming? Where does it think there's green cards? There's okay. I went down here. Sorry about that. I went down here. I'm gonna look in here. I'm hoping that I don't want to walk by something that's anything we can reach that could be related to our scenario. Jonathan says it was a shortcut. Looks like Jonathan was right. You should be able to get around the lush plateau by following the coast to the south. So we could take a boat. All right, well, we don't want to do this. You were right. It is some sort of shortcut here. Why has this happened to us again that we can't find what we're looking for? All right. Well, back up we go. We're using a lot of energy. Now we're going to go here. Look at the top 3, put them back in any order. That's pretty good. Not like the ones we got better. Walking over here. Boy, this is scary. How much energy we're wasting. 3 fists. I still think we got better cards. Here. All right. So now that we're here again, this is here. I'm going to put the rest of these cards out since we're in this area. This is kind of crazy that we started out going down here. It's kind of crazy that we started our mission down here and now we are back trying to find Jane. Are we doing something wrong, Jonathan? We keep getting lost. We've not yet failed a mission terribly. We actually have quite a bit of health left, it should be said. And we're running out of table space, though. Hoping 112 will pay off, says Jonathan. Yeah, me too. The only thing is I wonder if we should explore these ones while we're here. Above us is this crevasse. I remember we found some donkey. Some people where a donkey was falling in that crevasse at one point. But maybe that was just random. What do you think, Jonathan? Should we go in here while we get a chance? I kind of think Well, we got to come up this way anyway. Let's do Jonathan's boat, because we got to come up this way eventually anyway to get to the Citadel. So let's try the boat. We'll come back up if we can't find anyone. All right, so I'm going to pay to come down here. I should have used that card that lets me walk a long way. All right, here we go. We're looking at the boat, paying one card. 112. Let's see. Okay, there are two 112s. Neither of them are scenario specific. Let's see what we get. The sea is rough, as it often is in this season, but you head along the shore and reach a beached boat. The oars are nowhere to be seen. They must have been taken away or hidden by the owner to prevent anyone from borrowing their boat. This is the same thing as we got before. So we can wait to try our luck and then talk to this guy. I want to turn off tracking because it's getting confused. All right, well, 3 cards. We have to reset. So let me pay for us to reset. 3, 4, 5, 6. We're down to 26. Getting a little nerve-wracking. I think this guy wants to take us on the boat to Kel. Well, maybe we can... Well, we'll see. We'll see. All right, so we're waiting. We're drawing 3 cards. We can keep 1. We need to start using cards so that I'm not discarding them all. It's wasteful. So we can keep 1 if we want. Look at the top 3 cards of your action deck and put them back in any order. Block this or -2 cards. I'm going to get rid of Ruthless Attack and see if I can use this to more efficiently draw cards. Okay, take a 13. If we're unlucky, this is going to cost us some glimmers, but I think that's okay. Here's our luck. We're jinxed. Okay, I'm going to spend a glimmer. I'm spending glimmers so that we maximize our health to draw another one. Lady Luck is on our side. Okay. All right, guy. Tell us what to do. Discard and read 46. Please tell us you work for the chain. A man approaches you, dragging a pair of oars behind him. Good day. Fancy a ride? I'm heading back to Cal. I can take you if you have some way to pay for the crossing. Otherwise, you can either walk this way or swim that way. But the Great Sea is treacherous, and I don't recommend the second option. It takes a special kind of madman to navigate. So if you're going to take the boat, you might as well do it with a guy who's used to fishing in the area, a guy like me. So we can decline. Otherwise, we can pay him 2 barter. All right, well, we're not paying him. We don't want to go to Cal. So we're just going to return the book. Okay. And now we can do it again and see if someone else shows up. Right? So I'm going to pay a card. I'm going to go to the 112 again. If there is one. There is. That's weird. It didn't say return it, right? It says just discard this. All right, let's see what this guy says. Good work. Jonathan. Well done. On the shore in the distance, as you can make out a figure sitting on a rock. As you get closer, you discover a woman focused on the cork floating on the surface of the water. Shirt, pants, and sturdy boots, she's dressed for walking. 3 hands are painted on her satchel, 2 of which are held by the wrist. Thank God, says Jonathan. All right. If this woman doesn't know, if we can't talk to her about this, there's going to be hell to pay. Are we set up to have victory? Yeah, we kind of are. Okay. We don't have our special banish cards, our special conversation cards, but there was no good way to get those. Okay, here we go. 0, banish this, read 105. So she's banished to read 105. That's kind of troubling. But Jonathan did amazing, remembering everything about that scene that was important for us. Okay, but this is not as pleasant as you might have hoped. All right. Good day. You look familiar. I saw you last time I was at the Citadel, or what's left of it. Is everything all right? I don't know if you remember me. I'm Citadel, a member of the chain. We connect people by bringing them letters, packages, and news. And there's plenty of news on the road between the garrison of the Outer Edges and Fort Cutthroat. If the involved characters have 2 or more cards with barter, and you want to barter, read 99. If you just want to make conversation, read 144. Well, Jonathan, what do we want? First of all, I don't think we have 2 barters. We have, unless she wants a bomb. No, bomb's not barter. Do we? I don't think we even have 1 barter. We have food. We can't barter with her. We're going to have to just talk to her. But she better... We don't have any barter. I was wrong. We gave it to that guy for a story. We might have to murder this girl. All right, let's just try to talk to her. I shouldn't say that. I didn't say that out loud. Conversation, read 144. All right, we're going to talk to her. She better be able to help us out here. Okay, so 144. All right, Jonathan, you did it. You did it. You got us where we needed to be. Look how cool this is, though. She's useful in a whole bunch of scenarios. But there's our symbol. Well done. Do we have objective card 4? We sure do. We sure do. Read 290. Well done, Jonathan. I never would have remembered that. Ah, I was just... Technically, it's eroded. I'm not sure if it's actually eroded or if it's the one above it that's eroded. But yes, okay, you're right. Let me check. Let me check. We don't want to mess this up. Errata 144. I don't see it here. Strange. I don't see it in my errata list. I don't know how. Okay, well, we're not going to worry about it. She knows what we want, 290. Here we go. Exciting. You know what? It's time for a break, though. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk to this woman, see if she has what we need. Are we done? Are we ready to go home? Or is this just the halfway point? 8 minutes. Jonathan was saying, what if the moment you talk to this girl, you have to banish her? Jonathan was saying, can you imagine what would happen if you visited this person early in this scenario and you didn't have that objective card that we had? So we kind of got lucky in that case. I don't know. I don't remember any other place where they live. Maybe we should like annotate. I guess we're not going to forget it now. We come across any others, let's remember it. All right, so 390. 390 or 290? What did I say? 290. Yikes. 290. Well, good work, Jonathan, getting us here. That was amazing. She says, I was just looking for you. Oh, we say, I was just looking for you. Ruiz advised us to get in touch with the chain. They might be able to provide us with elbow grease. We needed to make a machine capable of telling us more about the tremors that hit the collapsing lands. By the way, did you feel them? Oh, I felt the first tremor, but it was hardly noticeable. On the other hand, the second one, well, I almost fell to the ground and scary. I'll see what I can do. I can't promise anything. Take 299 cards. Well, just like I said, we were going to get more 99 cards than exist. Well, I was right about that. There's only one left in the deck. So here it is. And a 105 card. That's another of the tasks. So here's objective 5. Now we've got objective 4 and objective 5. And that's it. But so where is objective 5? What have I done with it here? Is that it though? What did the game tell us? It's kind of odd the way that it didn't tell us. Primary goal is to obtain elbow grease. Find Ruis. So, but he said he has none, and she said she'll do her best. Does that mean we're done? Or does it mean we could find more chain people who would try to do more work for us? Like, maybe does it want us to actually find more chain people? And the more we find, the better? Jonathan says, I think we're probably done. Oh, that's kind of weird. How many more objective are there after 5? What's true? She gave us 4. She gave us 5. That's it. There's not after 5. There's a 3, a 2, a 1 that are objective cards. But well, that's it there. I mean, we have plenty more health. But there's not much more map for us to do before we get into the area that's not for us. We could go cure that woman a bunch of times. Jonathan says, I think 1 through 3 were used in that conversation. Yeah, you might be right. I mean, we could go cure that woman before we come home. It's just we have a lot of life to spare. We only need 10 life to get home, guaranteed. I mean, we've been playing for almost 6 hours, so I think time-wise, I'm not opposed to ending it. It just seems like a shame to be ending it with 26 health. And we could explore these areas that are affordable, but I think you might be right. If there's no more objectives to get, we got the Last Hope Reborn, so we can't get any more of those. But I wouldn't be opposed to curing this person. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards to get to her. And then we're going to lose all of these. Actually, though, these don't help us much. Here's our person, though. I'm going to go do some curing quick. Yeah. Jonathan, you agree with me. Jonathan, we think alike a lot of the time. All right, let's just try to do it efficiently. I mean, like without worrying about micro stuff. So I'm just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Costs us 8 to get up there. So I'm just going to draw that 8. Although I get to keep them one at a time. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to look for something that I can use. I'm going to throw away the fighting since we don't need that. Choose one card from your discard, add it to your hand. We want stars. So we don't want any of those. 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 Put the top 2 cards as 3 cards. Block this or -2. Don't care. We do want this authority because we can use it to help her. I guess we'd rather have that. No. No. This is the one that lets us walk far. That would save us quite a bit. Guess I'm going to keep that instead. Fight, fight, flags. That's worth 2 stars. 2 stars. We've already got 2. It'd be nice to keep one more. We can't. All right, fine. All these cards got spent to walk over there. Now we're going to have to get our health back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That brings us to 19. Let's get shuffled in. We'll try to do this quickly. Approximately is fine. All right, you can see that card there, so you can see what it is. All right, let me just bring this over here. Okay, there's the card we're doing. There's our hand camera. We'll try to do this quickly. We're going to use her. We can only use one of our cards. We need 4 successes. But actually, we have plenty of health. So we might as well try to get her flags with our draw. And then we'll use these when we need them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cards. I can combine 2 for successes, and I'm looking for flags. So 2 flags and 2 cards means we can use 2 cards because of her +1 chain. So we've got 2 cards on our own, and then 2 flags gives us a 3rd star, and we need 1 more star, so we're going to throw away determination. To get our 4th star. And then she's still around, so that those get discarded. This is our hand. So we've just gotten another one of our successes, and we get another glimmer, which we don't care about, but we do get a check mark on our side quest. We need 2 more, which we should be able to pull off right now. Okay, next one. Same thing. She's helping. We're gonna draw our 4 cards. Did I draw 5 cards? We might as well. Why do this twice? And we've got plenty of health. All right, so this time we've got 3 flags and 3 stars. So 1, 2, 3 stars of our own using 2 cards. That's what we're allowed to use. 1 plus 1 is 3 stars. And we've got 3 flags, which is enough for her to give us 1 more star. That makes 4 stars. We didn't have to use any cards from our hand. Those get discarded. We get another success here. I feel like we're getting good at what we're doing. I mean, we've got a good hand to use this person. And now just once more. Jonathan says that, that's a good point. Jonathan says, the reward might be more Hope Reborn we can spend, so I think you might want to save the final cure for another scenario. I think that's a very good point. I'll get another glimmer. I think that's a very good point. So shall I stop here, Jonathan? I'll tell you what I'm willing to do, if you like. I'm willing to do house rule it a little bit and say that if it gives us a Hope Reborn, that we could do the final cure here, and if it gives us another Hope Reborn, but we have them all, we could unblock one of the ones we've already spent. How do you feel about that bending of the rules? In other words, we'd agree that if it gives us a Hope Reborn now, we'll give it, we won't, yeah. Especially since you thought of the fact, that makes it seem like it's okay to me. All right, so we'll do the final cure here. We're going to do the same thing again, 5 cards. What's crazy is that, like, we have all of these skills we can use for successes. We just don't need them. All right, here we go again. I guess I'll only do 4 cards because I think we have enough to do it without her. All right, so we get to use 3 cards. There's our 3. No, we only get to use 2 cards. So 2 successes on our own with that. And then we're going to trigger 4 flags, which gives us her last 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. So these have to get spent. These are not used. That's our 4 cure. We're done with her. We've cured her whole village without even understanding what it's all about. We get another glimmer, but there are none. That's okay. Now we're going to banish this sick person and read 427. And if there's some Hope Reborns, we're going to take them from our supply. We have, this is even more satisfying reasonably because we did cure this in our previous threat. So it does seem odd that we're having to do this again. You have figured out the reason why the farmers are sick. It's the fumes. The farmer looks at you dumbfounded. It's the fumes from the crevice that are poisoning you. I'm afraid you'll have to leave this place if you want any chance of recovery. The man seems affected to learn about this. I run a community a few days' walk from here to the west. We'd be happy to have you there. After telling the other families, the farmer comes to you. We accept your offer. Look at this, Jonathan. We got 2 provisions and 2 99s. You were absolutely right about the 99s, but it's even better than that because we actually got 2 provisions. So this turned out great for us. See, helping people pays off. All right, so we got 2 extra provisions and we got 2 99 cards, which we're going to take from our used up Hope Reborns as discussed. As we discussed, not discussed, but discussed. And then return the dialogue book. We got people back to our community because that's what the extra provisions were. All right. Well, guess we're ready to come home. The only thing we could do is we have never seen what's above this card. Look, we got enough life to do it if we wanted to. Let's do it. I'm going to move 1 card to go there. And then that's a 6. We don't belong up here, that's for sure. We have to spend 10 cards to see what card is up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 health. That brings us down to 13 health. I'm going to spend 10 cards to look in here just for the benefit of seeing what's up here. I'm going to move this here. We've never seen this card. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, then we're going to head home. Okay, 10 cards get spent just to look up. Just to look up into the world and see what's here. Oh, this annoying thing. All right, we're not going to do this. We don't have the patience for this. Doesn't matter. All right, so I'm going to head home now. I could spend 10 life to do it or just walk my way back. We actually have this card, which I kept for this reason. It says you just spend 2 more cards, 2 cards, instead of 10 or whatever. That takes us to go all the way down, connected. I'm not sure technically it could walk through this, to be honest. I don't think it could, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'll use that card for 2 and walk us to the Citadel, and then we'll go inside. All right, here we go. We're ending our quest. Jonathan, are you ready? You don't want to see the terrain tile, or do you feel you can't because you don't want to play the mini game? That's right. I don't want to play this mini game thing. It's a trap. We'd have to pass the trap. We've done this a bunch of times. It's not hard, but I don't want to sit here and work it out. It's not worth it. I thought it would just be fun if it was just a glance up, but it's not important to me. Let's just we've been playing 6 hours. I think we should just do it. And I don't want the trap. So, okay, we're going to end this scenario here. I hope we don't need more of these. That's all I hope. Well, it doesn't matter. We've got 99. We got the Hope Reborns. We're good. We're good. We're good. All right, so we go 77. I guess we're supposed to open up 77 and see what it says. It's not specific for our quest. All right, so we're back in. Here we go. You ready? All right, so we should have paid it. Maybe we were allowed to read this. I don't know beforehand. I don't think so. But anyway, Jonathan was right. Stop reading for now. Bookmark. Okay, look. If you have objective card 5, read conclusion A. Oh, if you do not have 5, read A. If you have 4 and 5, read B. And there was no way to just have 5. There was no way to just have 5. Okay, so your only choices are, if you didn't find anything, you get to A, or if you only found 4, you get to A. But if we did both, which we did, Jonathan was right, we did, that was all you can do, 4 and 5. Okay, so there's 4 and 5. So we get the good ending, the best ending we could get here. All right, let's see what we got. A few days after your return, the link Citadel shows up to the Citadel. Your request has been forwarded to the chain. Unfortunately, we do not have any elbow grease. However, I do have this for you. Bindar seeds, created by Necro Druid Biberanek. They grow into a creeper vine that clings to the buildings and allows them to maintain their cohesion. When the ground collapses due to burrowers, it should also work in case of an earthquake. They'll grow instantly with this, she says, handing you a tiny vial from which emanates a foul odor. All you have to do is pour a drop of this mixture on the seeds in the ground. All right, I have to get back on the road. A little later, Ambrasus comes to find you. It's time to consider another solution. To go and get the grease from its source. A perilous task. I would have preferred to spare you. But the circumstances no longer leave us any choice. Come by my tent as soon as you can, and I'll explain what it entails. Jonathan says, to the chain woman, we could say, could you guys tell us where your main office is? And for future reference, we wouldn't have to hunt you down. Yeah, or how about a telephone number? All right, so let's see what we've got. State of play. Thanks to the Bindar seeds brought by the chain, you're able to reinforce the buildings of the Citadel. On the buildings page, circle 2 built buildings to mark them as fortified. You only have 1 building to fortify. After fortifying it, you may check 1 building box. If you have no buildings to fortify, you may instead check 2 building boxes. If there are fewer than 4 built buildings, the living conditions are not good for morale. Okay, well, we have 4 or more. So it wants us to decide what to fortify. The only thing we should think about is we do have 4 Hope Reborns that we haven't spent now. So I wonder if we shouldn't build the guild first and then fortify the guild. That's what Jonathan says. I was hoping that we were going to be told that we get to build buildings as reward. Since we're not, we're going to have to spend our destiny upgrades on these. Okay, well, with 4, we just need 2 more buildings to build the guild. So we could go, if this is another place we'd like to check out, to try, which is not a bad idea, we could go 1 here. We could go 1 here. And 1 here. That would build the guild, and then we can protect it. It's probably not a bad idea. And then we could, in fact, do some upgrades to the. So if we spend 2 on buildings, guild, for example, or guild, and then we could spend our last 2 on community upgrades to increase production. Would you like to do that? Not just build the guild, but utilize the guild? Or we could build the guild and then do other stuff, like get advanced skills. I guess we're deciding this now because of the fortifying. I am a little bit worried about it. I think it's probably always going to be production, but I'm not sure. I also would like to get to this new thing by the end of the game, but I guess that's not going to be that hard. Do 1 production. All right, I promised Jonathan we're going to do the guild. So there's no scenario where we don't do the guild. So let's just go ahead and start doing the guild. For sure this one, because this is going to the number that I want to go to. Okay, so that's 1 more guild tip. And then we've got 3 more. So let's see, where's another? Guess if I had to pick a different direction. One, two, three, four. I guess I don't want to go to these places. But okay, let's do this one. Actually, let's do this one because, no, it doesn't matter, does it? Okay, fine. That's the guild built. All right, now you've got 2 upgrades, but we don't need to spend these yet. So let's hang on to those. But now that we've built the guild, we can fortify the guild. Right? That was the instruction. That's why we spent those. Circle the names of 2 built buildings. Okay, 2 built buildings. So 1 more. I guess either the academy, that's our expensive one, or you could say that we care about production the most. Maybe we should fortify this grain silo. What do you think, Jonathan? We could fortify our expensive place, the academy. I'm not sure, though. I'll tell you what. The academy is pretty important. On the other hand, what if the rule says, like, kill 2 points worth of buildings, 2 pips worth of buildings, and we protect the academy, and then we have to kill these, which we rely on? Maybe it would be better to let the academy suffer. Although then we could let the pen go. I suppose if these die, it's not the end of the world. All right, let's... I mean, I also have my advanced academy, so I have a different way to get this if we happen to lose this. All right, let's... We've got the pen. All right, let's protect the academy. We don't know if protecting expensive ones makes any difference. Okay. So we have fortified buildings where our morale is good. That's the end of the scenario. And we still have 2 Hope Reborns left that are unspent. Well, another little bit scary that we couldn't find our way. I think we've learned again that we should not be going in areas that our ground shiver doesn't work in. Like, never has that been the right thing to do. I don't want to miss this compliment Jonathan gave me a while ago. Where is it? I got to scroll up for it. Our issue with these scenarios are not skills. You're doing great building and using our deck. It's just we keep flailing about trying to find objectives. That's where our trouble is. Yeah, that's right. All right. Well, I think we did good. We did well. We are using a little bit of house rules, but we like exploring. It's been good. It's been good. It's been fun. We had some fun encounters here. We heard a story by a guy that we didn't want to hear, but we found our chain. It was not easy, but we got it, and we cured that whole hamlet. What more can you ask for? 4 concurrent viewers. That basically is just me and Jonathan, because I've got another laptop here connected. So, all right, Jonathan, I had a blast. We'll talk about our future upgrades on Discord. I'll see you next time.